also talking about having been on TV and also cooking. How would you feel? Would you feel comfortable about going on a cooking show?
It will be quite interesting. You could learn new ideas. Also, you'll get to meet new people as well, make friends.
So making friends. Okay. So would you guys feel comfortable about like making new friends on a reality TV show? Is it something that you would like?
Oh, Julian, you are a question.
I think the problem with making friends on a TV show is you actually don't know whether you're actually making friends, really making friends, or if actually it's nothing more than cosmetic for the show. I think going back to your original question, the show that I would really dislike to be on would be I'm a Celebrity, because being a vegetarian and also being someone who's petrified of all sorts of insects and creepy crawlies, for me it'd be the worst thing imaginable to be surrounded by cockroaches and frogs and vomit fruit and all this business. No, I'd freak out. So, and also Ant and Dec are probably the worst animals in that jungle anyway. I mean, all respect to Ant and Dec, but you know, so yeah. So there we go. Sorry Ant, sorry Dec, but yeah, there we go.
Fair enough. Oh, hello. Come on in, join us. Welcome. So, hello. What's your name?
My name's Dina.
Dina. Oh, okay. So, final thoughts
About what?
about anything that you'd like, about something that we discussed.
We'll come back and complain some more.
Looking forward to it. What about you,
Aaron?
Same.
Tyrone? Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Right. So, hello. We have. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. You want to try it?
I can take over the mic for the time being if you get yourself
Yeah, we can do the random names.
So hello and welcome. I'm just filling some time. This is Talkaoke. The session is recorded. If you don't want to be on camera, let us know. But here we are talking about complaining as a national British sport. What would be your category? That's what we talked about. Talking about reality shows that you would or would not like to be on. Cookery programs. Talking about the heat wave. And yeah, who invented complaining? Was it the British? And just any other subject, really.
I personally think there's a gap in the market for like a driving reality. Maybe there is one, I don't know, and I haven't seen it. But a driving reality TV show. Because I think, for me, my worst moment of complaining is when I'm driving and I'm just become suddenly very, very impatient. Do you know what I mean? And I'm normally moderately patient. But when I'm behind the wheel, I become very, very impatient and I turn into a different person. I think it would be a great reality TV show.
Okay, so a reality TV show that would be based on like, on like yelling at people on the road and then like becoming a different person when you're out of the road. Would you guys want to participate in such a show?
Right. Yeah, a show like that would be good for me because I love cycling.
Okay.
And I love driving. I prefer to drive at night because it's more chilling and calming and whatever else. You don't get as many wallies as you do during the day, but on the road. But my argument would be with both of them because you get cyclists who just haven't got a clue and you've got drivers who don't have a clue. And when you've got the two together, you're going to moan because if they both had an argument with each other, they're both going to lose the argument because they both cause the problems. But if you do get the sensible cyclists, and obviously you get the sensible drivers. But as for reality shows, absolutely, I think there'd be more arguments in them than there would. But just what you were saying a minute ago about Ant and Dec, don't apologise for slating them because they're the worst two people you could ever. I would never apologise if I said something critical about them. But yeah, put me in the jungle, put me in. I love a challenge, and I was asked to, when I was a diver, I was asked to do a tank jump where you a dare tank where you had to go in with baby alligators. And someone told me years later that they'd done that on one of them shows where you jump in the jungle and then you have challenges with alligators. But they're babies, so their mouths are taped. But as you go in, you've got to go down the ladder. But I dived in, jumped in, and then as I went along, they were scared. They get near you, and you get near them, they go away from you. But obviously, they feed them first. But yeah, I'd love a challenge on a TV show. But I applied for Big Brother twice. Never only got through the 2 first editions. And never got.
Yes, Margot.
I would like to see a combination of 2 types of show. One is the driving outrage show, but combined with a love-related show. And what I mean is, because you really truly know the person, you get to know them when you see them how they behave on the road. If they throw a blind rage, I'm sorry, but I'm out. So it'll be a good dating setup as well.
So yes, so sort of some sort of like dating test. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, so picking up what Margot just said, I totally agree what she said. To get to know that person in person, so putting them on the spot and see how they react. So that would really show out their personality and their character.
Right. So basically, would you guys like to see like such a show, and would it be like only on the road, or would it be like, for example, in other stressful situations?
I think it would be great if you had like a cyclist dating a car driver, because then you'd have polar opposites. And that would be really, really interesting, especially because I think most cyclists have a bad disregard for car drivers, and they have and they have no regard for pedestrians either. In fact, I think they probably flout more bylaws and laws than car drivers do. I think car drivers are generally, by and by, much more better. Users of the road, and are much more respectful. If they do have a bit of banter, it'll be between each other. But I think cyclists, by their very nature, think that somehow they can just go on pavements, go through green lights, and so I think maybe a dating kind of driving show where it's a car driver and a cyclist. That would be fantastic. Probably a match made in hell, but it'd be interesting. It'd be fun. Anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely. Going through like red, amber, green, whatever lights. But absolutely, because the cameras watch the cars and pick up your number plate, so you have to be more careful. Where cyclists will literally, I mean, I've probably witnessed about 3 or 4 people crossing a road, and a cyclist that's actually hit a pedestrian crossing a road when it's the turn of the pedestrian to cross. And I've seen that, not where they've gone flying or nothing, but I've literally seen someone sort of bump into them and they go, oh, sorry, and they're clearly not aware. The awareness is not there. And I think when you do your driving stuff, you have to do all the awareness and the mirrors checks and that. But on a cycle, as a cyclist myself, I always stop at the lights. I never go on the pavements. I do what I'm told. I put the crash helmet on, because your safety obviously is first anyway, because mess about with a car and you'll be at the wrong end of it. So but yeah, I think they do. I agree. The cyclists need to do more awareness, I think.
Right. So basically, would you then? Oh, sorry, Margaret. Go.
No, you can finish.
Okay. So would you rather go for something that is like about? So would you like categorize people into like those who are like safe cyclists and those who are like insane, dangerous cyclists? Yes, Margaret.
I mean, I don't think it splits like that, though, because I'm a cyclist who rarely stops on red light. I mean, I do it when it's... No.
But you have earpods in your ear and all when you select.
No, I don't actually. I do have a speaker. I'm one of those twats that with a speaker and everybody's subject to my music choices. But I don't play it too loudly. Yeah. I'm quite bad actually. But I'm not an uncareful cyclist. I don't cycle dangerously. I'm just a very confident cyclist. And when I'm going around a corner, like what happened today, is just I was taking a very it's always a blind corner, and it always has been. And there were all sorts of usually happening, like cars and whatever. But this time it was a runner who was on my side of the road, and she was just on the actual road, but she was running, and I just had like a face-to-face with her. I wasn't in the wrong, but safety awareness. I would probably try to get cyclists or users of the road, scooters and everyone, just do some kind of road safety, because my friend recently was telling me yesterday he got a license to fly a drone, and he was just laughing. He said it was just so simple. It was multiple answer test, but and he says, so now I've got a license to potentially crash 7 kilos of kit into a person from above, but he did his test, and it was very easy. So, but I think a test for cyclists. But yeah, don't be a kind of dick kind of test rather than safety.
Yes, yeah, yes, Carl, yes.
I've got a question for Margot. You know when you drive, you know when you're cycling, yeah. Do you come across some pathetic, the word I'm using here, pathetic people that come across you saying, what a stupid cyclist, or calling you names like, most drivers, I realise, some of the drivers, they hate the cyclists because they think there's a burden on the side. Even with the bikes and motorbikes, although the motorbikes are more, they can whiz around. With the cyclists, the drivers don't see sometimes, or there's a fault of cyclists. But do you get called names or anything like that?
I haven't been called a name for a long time, but on the road, but I have before. But
still early.
no, exactly. No, but when I was on Poplar High Street recently, there was somebody who was like really in the rush, and I just I can't really get angry about it. I think emotionally, I just don't get triggered by drivers anymore. But it was quite funny because he was obviously not, he wanted to overtake me, but the traffic was moving slow, so I would catch up with him anyway. That was pretty obvious. But he was trying to overtake me so desperately that behind his wheel, he was like this, to me, to get out of his way. I'm like, man, road rules don't work like that you tell me to move like this because, anyway, so people have reactions, outrage, but not really.
Talking about your game show, talking about the game show as such with that, what would be interesting, just thinking about it, would be if you had a car driver, male or female, and then you had, that was very calm, and they were sensible and all the rest, and then they dated someone, they paired them with someone whose rage, when they get on the bike, it's their mission to rage and to sort of, through their journey. Now I wonder, what influence would win? Or I don't know about, is that the right word, win, but which one would the one who was with the rage all the time on the bike, would they then be more calmer if they met someone who had a calmer influence driving and saw the other side of the argument, and vice versa, if someone was a rage driving a van, for example, delivery driver, or lady or man, and then someone who's quite calm on a bike, would that also? So what do you think? Yeah.
Yes. So basically, to sum it up, would you rather which side would win ultimately in the duel between road rage and very steady calm, and the steady calm?
But I think maybe there's a confusion, or maybe we can go a bit more deeply into understanding the rage or the strong emotions, because if someone is committing a crime, it's okay to get outraged. It's okay to be like, hey, you dropped this thing or whatever, just stop, right? That's okay. So I wouldn't necessarily rule someone out for reacting strongly to some injustice. But what I would be cautious of if somebody is raging at something that is essentially quite a small thing, because to me it would read as somebody who just doesn't have a handle on their own emotions, and that is ultimately unattractive.
Okay. So what other qualities would you guys think that would be unattractive in someone, in a special someone, basically? What other qualities? Unattractive.
I always say that I've always sort of tried to think this way. It's been hard over the years, but that agree to disagree. I don't think a lot of people can do it. I think they struggle. So I think with that scenario of the calm person and the road rage, as you said, where's the middle ground? Where do they meet? Where do they agree to disagree? Can they agree to disagree? Because I think it's such a, I don't know, because you'd have the one saying, "Listen, I'm a law-abiding person, and my number plate will get flashed if I was to go through an amber light or whatever." But yet you're on a bike. You not only go for an amber light, you go on the pavement, and yet you've got no number plate. There's no tax, no insurance. I get penalised for doing what I try, or the driver sort of. But then the cyclist. So I don't know if there's middle ground. I don't know if there's a agree to disagree. But I do think having someone with a calming influence, I believe, would always not win as such, but they would have a better influence on the one who's raged, because they see reason more, and the others then start going, well, yeah, I understand what you mean, but I'm still angry with A, B and C, but I do agree, but the other person's never going to agree with someone being road rage sort of thing.
Okay. Yes, Julian.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of relationships where you do have one strong character and one quite passive character, and I think there comes a point over a period of time where actually a consensus is reached, where that passive character kind of doesn't exactly kind of quell or dilute the more passionate or the more aggressive character, but rather kind of accepts that person has that aggressiveness. And so they reach a kind of consensus. And you often see that in marriages that are 30, 40, 50 years. You think, well, how's the marriage survive 30, 40, 50, 60 years? Some marriages have survived longer than that. Well, because there's a consensus. And not because you've got two people who basically are, who basically fit together like pieces of a jigsaw, but rather that they're chalk and cheese, that they are two literally polar opposites, and they learn a consensus, and they learn to accept each other's foreboils, and they learn to accept each other's kind of attitudes. And I think that's often the thing. So I think it's about consensus at the end of the day.
Consensus.
No, I'm just interested to get your thoughts on at what point do you give somebody a chance to kind of, okay, we agree to disagree, and what point do you draw a line? It's like, I can't actually live with this. This is just too much. Like, how long do you give that person? A year, 3 years, 30 years? It's a quick question. Next question.
Yes, Cosroom.
Oh, you have to answer the question.
So-
question.
Wait, answer the question. Answer the question.
So do that question. All right. So, Margot. So what I'll say there's a boiling point.
Yeah.
So if you look at the thermometer, there's a boiling point. So when you're giving someone a chance, how much can you tolerate? And when it goes to the top, and it's come to a point, it's like hot boiling, it would explode. So in terms of saying that, it's like how much you can take it in, and how much you can tolerate.
Yeah, but I think the thing there is that kind of boiling point varies from person to person, and varies from relationship to relationship. Some people won't take any crap from anybody, and they'll just walk away out of a relationship. And there's others who basically sit down and think, well, you know what, this relationship is worth fighting for, and regardless of how bad it gets, they stick at it. But that's horses for courses. Everybody's different, and so everybody kind of deals with things at a different level, and also has a different boiling point. And some people don't have that boiling point. Some people are incredibly passive and tolerate for years all sorts of abuse and all sorts because of the way they were brought up. They think maybe eventually I can kind of win that person over, or I can make them change their way, or they're just so placid in themselves that they don't stand up. So I think it varies from person to person, and there's no kind of one size that fits all.
Yes.
Can I just reflect on the other thing as well about that you mentioned at the beginning when we sat down about talking about the heat and the weather, and going back to the cyclist thing and the driving situation. I don't even think there's a season where a cyclist is calm. If it's raining, it's raining. If it's too hot, they're moaning. If it's too cold, if it's too... I don't think there's a middle ground for that either, but Dan just mentioned a point that we've all got registration numbers and everything. Bikes, when you watch a Tour de France, they have a number, don't they, or a racing thing. Why are they not... If you're doing a job like courier, for example, then that job you're going to be on the road, and so therefore, should you not have a number? And then that way... the bike can be tracked as well, and also they will know if they're going through lights and things, but is it too much of a cost? But with the heat and everything else and people being placid with it and all that sort of stuff, totally agree with that. People put up with a lot of stuff and that. But yeah, I just wonder if that's a good thing to have. If you've got cyclists who go to the parks, canals and things like that, I mean, that's even dangerous in itself. I mean, the canal pathways, some of them are very short, you know, width-wise, and they're very dangerous, yeah.
Right. Yes, Margot.
I hate cycling along the canal. It's just for risk takers. It's just not comfortable for cyclists. I just get paranoid I'm going to fall into the canal. I recently was just following Google Maps, ended up on a canal, and I was just like, come on now. Yeah, and I worry somebody's just going to push me over. Have you ever done that, Dan? Have you got that evil streak in you? Go on.
Oh yeah, right. I have done that. I've been fishing down the canal, and you get cyclists come along, and they ride straight over your rod. So I'll just get up and straight into the canal. Got no sense for no one, cyclists. They should all be barred from the roads and canals, just cycle in the park. Because they don't listen to the rules. They've got cycle lanes and they don't even go in them. Yeah.
You got more.
Hi, so we have one new face at the table. So we have, what's your name, please?
Amy.
So we have Amy, we have Kozru.
We're going to talk about angry fishermen there instead of bikes and cars.
Angry fisherman.
We have Julian, we have Margot, we have... What's your name, please?
Dan.
We have Dan, we have Martin, and we have Amy. And I'm Helena, and this is Talkaoke, the interactive pop-up talk show where we discuss about everything that we want. So we were currently talking about whether or not like a road rage person and like a very calm person could get along, or whether a cyclist and a driver could get along. And we were currently talking about heat waves as well, and the heat and the complaining, as in would the UK win in the complaining sport of this year? Just a normal Talkaoke, exactly. All right, yes, Margot.
But as we were talking about relationships and like live, what would you call them, like reality shows, I wonder if there could be like a discipline of like taking out rubbish in complete heat, because you know, rubbish bin in the heat is just really smelly and it's got juice coming out or whatever. Because I would like to see the prospect partner or whatever to do it without any complaints, take the rubbish out. So yeah.
Yes.
I've got a friend who lives in. I've got a friend who lives in a complex, and what they do is they've got these really good bins. They've actually got really good bins, and you put your foot on the bottom, and then the lid opens. It's a big metal pole, and it goes along. So you put your foot on it, so you ain't got to touch it, and you throw the bins. You throw the rubbish in. But they're very very good. Good size ones, and they have like 2 or 3 next to each other. And what they do is they go down, there's a rotor, and years ago I remember my mum, for example, as a kid, she used to wash the stairs with pine and whatever on the estate, and then the following week you see another lady who would do it, and it was like a thing where even though the caretakers do their jobs, but it just seemed to be. But I've never seen that since I was a child. I've never seen it. But also looking after the bins, there's a rotor. My friend said there's a rotor. So he said, so every now and again, even if you go down there to take your own rubbish down, if you see things that are not being put in the bin, you do it, and then you take a photo of it first, and then you put it in the bin, and then you put it on their group like a next door app or something, and then what they do is people then get to see that there was rubbish and it's been put away, and it gives people reassurance that they're looking after it, and it stops the rats and all the stuff and the smelliness and all the leaks. But yeah, I think if they had a little bit of community more spirit of that. I was surprised when he told me, and then I went to see it. I went to see where he is, and it's honestly, yeah, they look after it.
Right. So basically, it would be the idea of being responsible towards the waste and the garbage. Absolutely. Okay.
So is being responsible in your community just an attractive trait? Is it sexy to be a good community member? Discuss.
Discuss, exactly.
I think you do. You feel a bit of pride and stuff like that. But also, you only need one thing. If you do 100 things, you do 99 things that are really, really good throughout your week or whatever. But you do one thing that someone doesn't agree with, you always be remembered by it. The one negative. So if you do something positive, i.e. as in doing something like that in the community, if you do things like that in the community where you at least do that at once. If you do one thing like that where you've gone down help with the rubbish or helped a neighbour, even saying to a neighbour, I'll come with you, and then that way that one little thing will help your day. I think it might, because you think, well, I'm a part of the team here, you feel good in yourself, so one little thing can help.
I think that's what's missing. That the sense of community is now a lot. It's been eroded over the years. I mean, like yourself, I was raised on a council estate, East End, and everyone took that. Everyone had pride. They didn't have much. They had, there wasn't much food or anything like that. But what there was a pride. And I remember my mother, washing down the stairs with on her hands and knees. Even though it wasn't her job, she did it because she felt that was important to do as part of the community. And that smell of pine will stay with me, and also the smell of Dettol as well. I still got it in my nostrils, just the smell of Dettol. I think I'll carry that with me forever. And that's something that is we need to go back to. We need to kind of empower people and say, community is important. You're part of this community. We're all living together. Let's work together and let's pull together. And if we do that, then maybe we can get back to some kind of notion of community, or how it used to be at least.
I think people like
Yeah, just to add on to that, what I was going to say, what Julian just picked up on. When you're talking about communities, there's two sides of the communities as well. So there's a positive side to it, and there's a negative side to it. You'll see a lot of people encouraged to do stuff, and there's a lot of backlash is out there as well against it. So it's like, what do I mean by that? Let me explain. See the positive things we're doing here. For example, I'm just giving it as an example. We're doing it as to get to know everyone and enjoy ourselves and do stuff. There's a lot of people out there who will take us as a negative role because without knowing us, they'll do the prejudging. So you'll see the two sides of the community because majority of the side will do the positive thing, and there's a minority will bring the majority down. So you have to bear that in mind with two sides of the story.
It's very interesting that you would say that, Cos, because what I've been noticing is that so far we've been talking about like binaries, as in like two things. So for example, road rage versus like very calm people. Just a sec. People in the community who are nice, and the two, and like, okay, yes, and so basically, do you think that things go in binaries, like in opposites?
Well, just picking up on what you were saying a minute ago, you're very right. But if there is no option out there, then people will never take the right option because they just go, well, they're not doing it, I'm not doing it. But if you put something out there and say there's an opportunity, you get people who go, look, I don't mind giving up a bit of spare time. One day a week or one day a month, someone else can do it once a month or twice a week. And then what happens, it has a knock-on effect, and you'd like to think it was a positive knock-on effect rather than the domino of negative. But I think it's the same issue going back to the road rage thing where you have a TV show where you have someone who's calm and someone who's got the road rage, as you put it. It's a similar thing to what you were saying. People say, well, I'll take a negative from that. But if there isn't nothing there, you'd have more negativity, where you will get the people who go, I want to make a difference in the community, or I want to make a difference to my neighbours, and you go to the shop, your neighbour's elderly, and you go, look, it's hot, let me go and get your milk for you, do you need bread? We've lost that a little bit, I think but then there's also, if you think about it, you go down certain roads and streets, and certainly around Woolwich, you've got two sides of a bridge. You've got one where the lights go out at 8 o'clock, street lights. There's no milkman, there's no delivery for the paper round, but then you go to the other side and you've got the lights that stay on, you've got parties, you've got pubs stay open later, or whatever, bars and all them sort of drinks they have, and cocktails, and then they've got their own community gates with electric gates. So amongst you've got the positive and the negative just in one street as well. So it's a random.
So opposite. Yeah, opposite.
I was just wondering, just because we're talking about the TV shows and we're talking about community, I mean, maybe you have heard about this project called Aberfeldy Stories. We always talk, I don't know if anybody heard of that one. Come and join us, by the way. It's just a pop-up talk show, just talk about the community, but grab a seat, get some... we're recording it, it's not live, it will go on YouTube, but if you don't want to be on camera, just grab a seat here and you're out of the shot of the camera, so not to worry. Anonymous is completely fine. Yeah, you good? Cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. But yeah, I was just wondering, because we will be working with a filmmaker in August, and we were talking, maybe we could get to make some films, but now I'm thinking maybe we should do like the Aberfeldy Big Brother or something, just to see what goes on there, you know? Yeah, exactly. What are the thoughts?
So on that note, we have a new face at the table. What's your name, please? Okay. Abs Anonymous, great. Welcome.
What else happened to the Aberfeldy song we was writing?
It is being developed.
Oh, it is.
Oh, thank you.
You know what we should do our own anthem.
Okay, well, this is happening. We've started it. We've got the lyrics. We're working. Our next date to work on it was the 26th of July, when we're actually inviting people to sing the chorus as a choir in our studio, which is next to the Chicken Shop. People should know it by now. Between the Chicken Shop and the Boxing Club. And we're inviting everyone to come and be part of the choir. We've got Joe Elise, our musician, and we're working on it. But, it's a work in progress, put it that way.
Thank you, Mikey. Right, so we were talking about opposites in the community. Do you think that most community works based on opposite things?
I just want to say that yes and no are not opposites. Because people say yes all the time, yeah, and it's all good. If someone says no, that is a much big. Can you hit the big mic drop button, please? If someone says no, that's a much bigger thing. So yes and no are not opposite. If people are happy, and the positive is a different vibe to the negative. Negative is much more noticeable. It just takes one negative person to make everybody negative. It's not. Positive and negative when it comes to people are not the same. It's not opposite. It's like a negative is very much more impactful than a positive, and we're inclined actually to be more positive.
So naturally, would you guys feel more comfortable being positive or negative?
Yes. So always positive, always. Okay. Doesn't matter, even if you're in a negative situation, you try to turn into a positive outcome. Otherwise you will be like the whole day is going to be your day is going to go negative. And so you have to make a negative situation into a positive as much as you can. That's the best solution.
It's difficult, but that's the way.
You have to work on it.
Absolutely. So do you think that you learn to become a more positive person, or that some people are born being just like very positive or very negative?
Well, my mother, God rest her soul, she was a miserable cow, and she, may she rest in peace. But I think that grumpy babies often grow up into and become grumpy adults, and likewise that children who are often very smiley and happy will grow up to be smiley and happy people. I just think it's something that is there. But whether and I think you do kind of mellow with age, or at least some of us do anyway. But I think that. If you, but I think what Mikey said is carries some resonance. That positive and negative are totally different from yes and no, and I think that no can sometimes be a very positive and empowering word. And I think we've got to stop maybe kind of looking at things in such a polarized narrative, and think that things are actually, again, it comes down to context and individual perception.
Okay, Carlos, you have something to say?
Yes, definitely. Just to pick up on Julian here, when you say people like as we like when we first come to this world, we come as a baby, and when we go from this world, we become vulnerable, and we return as a baby as well. So there's a in between. There's a childhood from adulthood. You become a child at the end of your life. So because you become like what in the beginning you're a baby. So end of life you could have as you grow older you become that baby again because you become like so sensitive. The mind turns out to like. So you see older people. Some people are they don't know what they're doing because of certain illness and all that. So there's a positive side to it and a negative side to it as well. It depends how you take it.
Yeah, I've always said you start off with no teeth, you end up with no teeth. I think it's one of those things. But being brought up a certain way. I mean, I've known a few people in my time where they had a really lovely upbringing, but then they just got into the wrong things, but that's personal choice. But the majority that have been brought up a certain way keep it because I'm sure. I mean, there's people here that my mum said I didn't have a father around, so we called him the shadow. We never saw the back of him. On the floor, like, you know, but when I look at it, my mum used to be on the bus and she'd say, you need to get up, let this lady sit there. So I had to get up, even though I was a child, I had to get up and let a lady sit down who had a walking stick or something, or, things like that, and open the door. My mum would say, do you want to open that door, look, because that lady's or gentleman's coming through, open the door, they've got 2 bags, So, I still do that now. I'm 51, so it never leaves you. I think Julian's right. It doesn't leave you, and you have them qualities about you, and it's about implementing them and when you need to do it. But there's no harm in. I mean, we all know. I love this. I walk around, right? People might think I'm a bit strange, right? And I might be reported one day, but I smile a lot. But you will be surprised how many people that smile back at me. I'm not actually smiling at them. I'm just smiling, and then you look at someone and they just smile back, and you think it's infectious, but it's a positive thing without even no words. You don't know these people. I went on holiday. I got invited out on holiday. A gentleman next to me, and he just said the amount of people that are very pleasant, and I'm a foreigner in that country. And again, the smile that you get, it's infectious, and then you smile and you're connected even though you don't even know.
Right, so the power of the smile then. Okay, cool. You have something to say, Mikey?
No, I'm just sort of going off the positivity and the negativity in the community and how it is infectious. Because I think as well, like one of the problems we've got on Aberfeldy Street is people just dropping, especially next to the chicken shop, just literally dropping their chicken on the road, on the street, and there's bins right there, but it's a mentality, and I think actually you've got to go quite deep to find out what's going on with those people, because I think they've obviously got a very negative view of not just of their area but of life in general. And I think that's important to address, but I don't think you can just go, right, that's a £20 fine, because that's just going to enhance the negative view of the area. But I do think, I've had a few conversations, I've sort of given up now, but I'm trying to find out why people they just don't care so much. Because as, my mum back in the day would say, put that in the bin. And I'm sort of almost kind of Pavlovianly trained now to do that.
So, just one thing. So, coming back to what you were saying, Mikey, do you think that, the way that someone acts, even in the smallest details, could actually, be a reflection of their personal mindset?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think, and also, going back, to what he's talking about the rubbish and that, if you was a rat, where would you want to live? London. I mean, all the restaurants, all the people who throw their food on the floor, you're never going to go hungry. Do you know what I mean? A rat, and that's why they're so big, and that's why there's so many of them. But Yeah, it is infectious, and if you can put out so much positivity and stuff like that. I mean, I try not to. I don't watch the news and all that stuff because it's all, straight after that the weather tells you it's going to rain, so you get negative, then you get more negative. So, but no, I think it's a good thing to do promote it, but not over promote something that we all know is common sense. I mean, if it's like I was a history teacher for 20 years, and when you have a parent, a child doesn't do it, but a parent would argue a fact. I had to walk away from these people. If you're sitting there saying I have to argue, I'm arguing a fact, something's gone wrong, isn't there? I mean, were they not loved as a child or something? But you can't argue a fact. A fact is a fact.
The thing is that some people would disagree with you that you can argue with a fact.
You can't.
Well,
It's factual,
what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
It's done. You can't change it.
Turn into a question, Helena. Can people argue a fact? I mean, there's different ways of looking at a fact. Like, you know, yeah, I don't know. I think people do it. I mean, yeah, there is an underlying reality for sure. But like, for example, just trying to think of like a sort of historical thing. Like, for example, this is an interesting one. Like, the way we're taught history in the UK is like, we entered the Second World War because we were so angry that Germany invaded Poland, and we were almost there in support of the Polish people. But the way it's taught in Poland is that the British abandoned us because they didn't go to Poland and try and repel the Germans from Poland. They actually they went into France to attack the Germans from the west side of the country, and they didn't actually. But okay, the facts were the facts, but the way it's interpreted is very, very different in Poland. It's like, oh, the British, they said they were going to help us, they never did. But we see it completely different. We were like, yeah, we supported the Poles, we came in and we got into the war.
Yes, Carl?
Yeah, so, what was the...
It's the heat.
yeah, can you recap and let me remember?
So we were discussing several things, but like the main thing is that I was asking if it was possible to argue with a fact, and what Mikey was saying is that basically you can discuss on different interpretations of a fact.
So, on the fact side of what Mikey was saying, you can argue with the fact or you can't. So if you're saying you can't argue with the fact, yes, you can't argue with the fact, but you can. What you can do is get the. Some people look at the positive side of the fact into a negative side. So what you do is like more of an opinion, exactly. So you're trying to bullet point the point, what needs to be said.
You can argue with the fact that you can't disagree with the fact.
Yeah, it's true. The fact is that. Yeah, exactly. It's a fact.
Right. So we have two new faces at the table. What are your names, please?
Say that again.
We have two new faces at the table. What are your names?
Well, my name's Nurjahan.
Jahan and. Sorry. Simea. Okay. So we have Kaz. We have Simea. We have. Could you remind me of your name? Nurjahan. We have Dan, we have Martin, and we have Amy, and I'm Helena. This is Mikey, and we're doing Talkaoke, the interactive pop-up talk show, where we discuss about all kinds of things that we want to discuss. And so at this moment we were discussing, can facts be argued? Can you argue with a fact?
Facts is a point of view.
You can't argue a fact. If it's done, it's done. Mikey, you can't change. You can have an opinion on a fact, but you can't change the fact.
It depends. If I can, philosophically, you can change. Huh? I mean, there are certain facts you can't argue with. Like, let's say it rained yesterday. But yeah, but I work in statistics, and I'll tell you something about statistics. You can choose. There's lots of facts, and you can pick what facts you want, and then you can create a certain perspective.
Opinion.
No, it's not opinion. You can present it as facts, and I've been in academic research, and that's one of the things that you do. So if you have a particular fact you want to put out there, you can do it. Oh, God, I can't actually at this moment. I'm too hot. But
Can I just answer it? Just
Yeah.
to say. Like, I agree, disagree. I'm one of these sort of people, like, and stuff like that. But I was a history teacher for 20 years. The reason why Britain didn't go to Poland and do that is because there was a big thing called the wall, called the sea, channel. You got lots of mainland, other European countries that could have sort of helped, but they didn't. And that's the reason why, the last 300 years, if you look at facts and history, that the Western world has ultimately made the world what it is now, whether it's good or bad. It's factual, you can't change it. It's like, for example, being a teacher, as I said, I used to work with children and I would ask a question and stuff, but I'm not in teaching now, but I've got friends of mine that are disgusted with some of the stuff that's being spoken to children. For example, who built Stonehenge? Any idea?
Yeah. Who built Stonehenge, guys? Any thoughts, conspiracies, ideas?
I mean, I don't think we really know who built Stonehenge, but there's a popular myth that it was the Druids. But I think the idea of Druidic culture and all the Druids going to Stonehenge on the solstice was all made up in the 19th century, because we don't have the facts. They had no written records, as far as we know, of that culture that built Stonehenge. But I just want to go back onto your point about Benjamin Disraeli. Said there's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Yes, welcome back, Julian. So, just a quick rerun. We were discussing the following: can facts be argued? Can you argue with a fact? So yeah, what are your thoughts? And we were just talking. So this lovely.
certain facts you can't.
Yeah.
There are some particular facts you can't. But I think, like, for example, if you look at history and you look at certain facts that exist and you look at, like, theology, who has done theology, who has written these books, and these become the facts until somebody else comes and says, actually, it isn't the way it's been presented, it's actually different. So, like, yes, it rained yesterday. I get your example, it rained yesterday. That kind of stuff that is, the grass is green, happens. So that's, but also there are certain things, it just depends how it's been presented. And then you look at, like, for example, the whole, like, history especially, who has written history? That's a really big question to ask, because these books are then taught in schools. You're talking about schools, and then you're reading these histories and you're saying to yourself, okay, these are the facts of how things happen. And actually it isn't. It's because it's very Eurocentric how that fact has been presented. And then you go back and you see other writers come in and they're presenting facts differently. So the question is, can facts be argued? That's the point we're trying to say. Yes, it can be. It depends on time, it depends on place, and it depends on who's presenting that fact. Based on these things, yes, facts can be argued. So it depends what fact you're talking about.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. So that's what I think. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's all it is.
Right.
We were doing a show a few weeks ago, and somebody said birds are not real, and I was like, he was just on the wind-up anyway. But I sort of thought, well, in what way can this be true? Birds are not real. And it took me ages to work it out. And then I worked it out that actually birds don't actually call themselves birds. So the concept of bird is a human thing that birds don't have. So in that sense, like, birds are just what we project onto these flying creatures and how we categorize them. So it's like, to a certain extent, if you ask the birds, they'll say, we're not birds, we're...
Right, yes, Martin.
That's another one as well, where in school, the amount of children that said they weren't dinosaurs, but yet what birds or creatures live today that are from the family of dinosaurs? There's still a few about. I wonder how many children know. Does anyone at the table know?
Okay, so does anyone know about dinosaurs at this table, guys?
That still live today, from a family.
Yeah.
Chickens are one.
Chickens, yeah. Yes, Mike.
Like, we did a lot of Talkaoke sessions in the Natural History Museum, and there they said that our depiction of dinosaurs as scaly reptiles is actually not how they were. They looked more like chickens. They looked more like those creatures. Yeah, they had feathers basically. I just left that flapping, Margot, so that it would be a bit more cool. Yeah, that was a deliberate plan. Anyway. Yeah.
Right. So we were talking about final thought, please.
Final thought. Yes. Facts can be argued.
What's your favourite fact to argue?
What's the favourite fact to argue? Well, history and who presents history, I suppose. Anyway, thank you.
Final thought?
No.
Right, yes, Julian.
I think that's. Can facts be argued? I mean, we know 2 + 2 is 4. That's provable. That's irrefutable. 2 + 2 = 4. We know that. Okay, and it doesn't matter how you do it. It will always be 4. You can't argue with that. So that's irrefutable. So that fact can't be argued because it's fact. 2 +. So I think that some facts can't be argued. I think what that lady was talking about was what she meant was that the historical context of facts. Like we're talking about dinosaurs. There was a time when according to biblical scholars, dinosaurs were on the ark. There are some biblical scholars who say that dinosaurs were on the ark because the timeline for the creation of Noah's Ark would invalidates the idea of there being dinosaurs, which therefore pushes back creation multi-millions of years. And there are still very, very, very extreme like schools of thought within the Christian doctrine that still to this day say dinosaurs did not exist because it breaches biblical biblical narrative, which of course biblical narrative is not fact. Biblical narrative is interpretation. However, if you are religious, then you therefore may well believe that biblical narrative is fact. So I think that some facts are irrefutable and can be proven, whilst other facts will maybe be refuted as time goes on, as people's understanding and knowledge therefore extends. But I think that most facts, well, they're facts, which means that they can be provable. And I think that kind of it's an oxymoron to say that they can't be. Anyway, I'm rambling, so there we go.
Yes. Kozru?
Looking at the facts, I'm going to put 3 different facts there. People look at ultimate facts, weird facts, and some of them are like not real, fictional facts. So when you're looking at all 3 of them, there's 3 different perspectives on those facts. So depending, although it's weird, it's reality as well. So how you're looking at it, what kind of information you're getting. Some of the facts it's like more like fictional as well. So you look at the both sides of the argument and you go with that.
Yes. So just one thought before the final thoughts.
Hold on, yeah, just going back to it. Some of it is not factual, some of it's belief. So it's called a belief for a reason. So you either believe or you don't. It's not, unless it's proven, as you just said, it's not a fact. So it's got to be proven, and there's lots of arguments. It's like the truth, what kind of fact, you got 3 facts you come up with. I could go into a coffee shop and say, can I have a coffee? He's going to go, do you want one with ice? Do you want one with milk? Do you want one? So you can stand there and choose 50 different coffees, but, ultimately, if I said I wanted a coffee, they would give me a cup of black coffee. But they don't. They all say, "What do you want? You got ice with it, you got cream with it." I didn't ask for that, but it's optional. So it's, I just want a coffee. So you see what I mean? So that's where people can take it. But as I say, we had wars. They're facts. People died on both sides. I asked a child in school once, who won wars? Who won wars? And then one particular kid, he was 9, he turned around and said, no one. Absolutely correct. No one wins wars. No one.
Right, so no one wins war. On that point, final thoughts, anyone? Yes, Mikey.
Apparently, you can tell the age of rocks by looking at these things called zircon crystals, which are in the rocks, and inside those crystals is uranium that turns into lead very, very slowly over billions of years. The uranium turns into lead, but lead can't get into the crystal. Only uranium can get into the crystal. So you know when the crystal was formed, but by the ratio of lead to uranium. However, I've never looked at a zircon crystal, and I've never counted the ratio of lead to uranium, but I kind of, let's say, I believe the scientists when they say that that means that the Earth is over 4 billion years old.
Final thought for me is rain. So Mother Nature plays a part in everything we do, and everything that we see and whatever, rain plays a part. And what Mike is talking about is all to do with wet weather. That's how you get it. And that's scientifically been proven. So it's a fact.
There we go, it's a fact.
Because it's been proven.
Dan, any final thoughts?
No.
Amy?
It's fine.
Okay.
Helena, I think you've got to be a bit more...
Pushy?
Yeah, like, okay, no final thought. What do you think? What do you believe?
Okay.
What's the
Okay.
most important thing?
Right. Okay. Okay, so what are your thoughts? What do you believe in? Was it all boring?
I suppose the thing about the rubbish, what we were saying, is I think there's more of a bigger impact when you've got like football or events going on with so much rubbish left over. I think if that bigger thing was dealt with, then the people on the smaller scale would probably be a bit more cautious. So I think, because those leave such a big negative things when we see the next day after a football match or Notting Hill or Carnival. So I think if we dealt with that.
The organisers themselves and the people who volunteer to
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, when they had the World Cup and Japan were playing, like the Japanese never leave before the end of the game, and at the end of the game, they tidy up after themselves and they put it, and that's part of their culture. And they're like, what I hate in football actually is when the fans leave before the end of the game. It drives me insane because I think, okay, maybe you're getting away, you spent £50 on a ticket and you're trying to beat the traffic and you miss the last 5 minutes. It's just like, I mean, people were leaving the England game. What was that one where Jude Bellingham scored that winning goal in the injury time, and they'd already gone because they wanted to go and it's. But anyway, the point is, it's all about culture. It's all about culture, and it's like the Japanese stay to the end, and then they clean up after them.
What did you just say? England's watching.
Right. So, thank you, Amy, for that final thought. Tyrone, any thoughts? Things that you liked, things that you didn't like? Do you think that facts can be argued? Do you think that facts are true? That some facts are not true? What do you think?
Well, facts can't be always true.
That's an interesting. Could you develop?
Because if someone tells you something and you ask them to prove it and they don't prove it, that means it's not true. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Just to add onto that, yeah, so when you're looking at fact or reality of it, is believing on which one you're believing at and what you're taking from that as well. Because you've got a mindset on that, so that's your own belief of what you're thinking of. So there's more, me personally, from the negative side, I'll take the positive side because that would only bring out the best in me or to give out something as well.
Julian, final thought?
Yeah, wow, we've gone through it all, haven't we? Whether uranium to lead, whether facts are true, angry drivers, you name it, we've covered it. We've covered more subjects than Mastermind. Yeah, final thought. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of things that a lot of takeaways for us to kind of mull over, and yeah, I've enjoyed myself, and thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Julian. All right, so I was Helena. This was Talkaoke. Thank you very much, everyone.
Let's have a big round of applause for Helena. Come on.
Yeah. Take a bow.
And it's hot. It's so hot. Have you got your own final thought?
Oh yes. So my own final thought is that birds are not real.
I dated one once.
Hello, hello, hello. Come and take a seat. We're still going. We're going to have a new face in the middle of the table. Have we got any volunteers to go in the middle of the table? Yes, we do. All right. So we're just starting a new session. Are you going to climb over? Actually, if you move the banana and the sunglasses, it's better to climb over there. Just sit on the crack there and spin around.
Sit on the crack there.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe, yeah, just come the other side of Khosrow.
It's like a carry-on film. Sit on the crack there.
Okay, so we're going to get this going again. Are you going to stay with us, Tyrone? You're going to come back? Have you got any subjects for us? Any subjects you want us to talk about?
Anything you feel like it.
Okay, I think that's generally what it's going to be. Yeah, that goes on like a backwards pair of glasses. Oh, no.
So like that.
No. Other way round.
Other way round.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly.
That way round?
Yeah, but yeah, that goes over. Yeah, perfect.
Hey,
Yeah.
there we go. Brilliant.
Okay. Have you got that?
Right.
Have a bit more volume. Stick that in your pocket.
Right, I will do.
Just Helena didn't have a pocket. That's why
There
she
you go.
was.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, get around the name. Secondly, ask people what they want to talk about.
Right, hello, so I'm Julian and this is Talkaoke, the pop-up talk show, and with us are...
Mikey.
Dan. Martin.
Amy.
Khosrow.
Yay, brilliant, okay, and any subjects you guys fancy? And I of course am Julian. Hello. So, any subjects?
Cost of living.
Cost of living crisis.
Oh.
The better way to preserve and to manage your own difficulties, because it is a difficulty. So,
Brilliant. Cost of living crisis. Okay, so any thoughts? Cost of living crisis. Khosrow, hi.
Get rid of this government. I'm telling you, it's the worst government ever to face. Because it's ruining the whole country all over. Trust me, that Prime Minister needs to be kicked out. I'm telling you.
Oh, controversy there from Khosrow. Martin.
yeah, for me, when I mentioned it, was I do agree with what Khosrow was saying, but for me is what can we do as living in that crisis and living in the way that the country is run? What instead of us sitting there, as I said earlier, getting rage or moaning or whatever, we have to deal with it. It's a fact. They're doing what they're doing. It's a fact. They're messing everything up. It's a fact that people are struggling. So the fact is we have to do things for ourselves and for each other, and also sharing the positives of coping and a better way to do it. So what is a good way? Starting up first thing in the morning, obviously having a breakfast and starting on a positive, but how do we get through the day knowing you're going to struggle with a bill, food, or whatever it is? Yeah.
Good question. So, strategies for cost of living. Now, it's affecting everybody. So the question is, what strategies do you think that you can apply yourself to deal with your own cost of living crisis? And also, what strategies do you think we can then employ as communities? Amy, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, I tend to make my own food more than go out, and even if I have to say so, I go shopping after 5 o'clock when they've got little stickers on.
Right, yeah, of course. Yeah, Mikey?
I mean, I think everyone is looking out for those yellow stickers these days. It's almost like everyone's sort of standing by for the moment when, you know, all the stickers go on, and then it's just like, you know, the little yellow stickers, and then suddenly everything goes half price. But, you know, why isn't it that price to begin with?
That's a good question. Yeah, the yellow stickers. I mean, this is the thing, is that more and more people are now looking for these bargains and are going to their supermarkets later in the day in order to pick up these. Cosru.
So regarding about these stickers and also about the supermarket, there's like certain times of the period where people go, and when they give that discount timing on it, there's like food that are getting waste as well. And I just saw there's a news bulletin I saw a few weeks ago. The guy was talking about Tesco and saying there's about 1.3 million tons of food have been wasted because the time period is because of the time period and the waste of food are getting wasted. So they're planning to give out these food from now on to just get rid of it because because they're gonna chuck it, and there's dates on the food and stuff, and there's like food are getting wasted, and we're looking at other countries, like you can see other countries that are struggling to have any food and stuff, and we are just wasting it without no reason.
Yeah, food wastage is the big issue here, because food wastage is linked to the whole cost of living crisis. Mikey.
Let me just adjust this because it's going to hurt your ear after a while. There we go. That's better. We did this project we did like a crossover with Uganda, where we were working on Zoom, teaching people from Uganda about Talkaoke. And somebody said just innocently, what's your favourite pet, or have you got a pet? And people in Uganda, they don't have pets because that's considered extremely wrong to be giving food to an animal when people haven't got food. Yeah. And it's a totally different insight into, like, you know, the fact that we've got pets, cats and dogs. It's like, yeah, we've got all this excess food.
Yeah, so it's very much a cultural thing. Well, 1 second, Margot. Oh, hello. Oh, Margot.
I just wanted to say I would like to ban all the cookery programs on TV because I think this is just like too much excess. Just really rubbing it in people's faces. Like, oh yeah, this avocado, this dish from this world. Like, I'm not against world cuisine, but to kind of make it okay for everything to be available all the time, that's not okay. Because things are seasonal and they are expensive, and if you have a vegan diet, some of the produce that you can get, yeah, it's vegan, but it comes from like the other part of the world, so is it actually eco-friendly? So ban those stupid programs. Food is not entertainment, and it's just not fair.
Okay, so that's a very interesting issue. 1 second, Amy, what's to say?
The one thing I said was to get the bread from with a sticker on it. It's to get a little bit more and freeze one. Well, freeze both.
Right.
And take out each slice and toast it, and it just comes out just as fresh.
Right, so you're talking about economy, you're talking about portion management there. Martin.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to just raise, because as Amy said it, I thought, I've never frozen bread before, but then, yeah, I just listened to her, I thought, have I not known to do that? Why wouldn't I do that? Because you're right, Amy, you get a loaf of bread and you half it, you end up throwing it away. But if you just do half, you could put half in the freezer. So that's a tip I'm going to take away from this discussion. So thank you, Amy.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. No, any other tips for home economics?
Just don't buy avocados, because like avocados, like they're not ripe, they're not ripe, they're not ripe. Then like there's like a 1 second that they're ripe, and then they go bad. So you've just got to time it to the exact right moment.
Mikey, I'm gonna.
Avocados, okay. So, Cosmo.
I've got a question. When you say about the avocado, there's another way to freeze them. Yes, there is. I'll tell you the fact. I didn't know that myself, but I know now. You know those plastic food bags? Yeah? Plastic food bags. You just peel them off, cut them, and freeze them. And they stay normal. Yeah, they stay normal. And you cannot, like, I didn't know that because one of my mates, he looked at, it was on TikTok, and he saw it and he gave me a call. He got about 140 avocado when he saw that, and they cut them all up and freeze them. He left it there for 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks, he got them at the fresh as ever.
Okay, so a interesting money-saving idea: the freezing of avocados. That could be like the title of your book, Cosru, couldn't it? The freezing of avocados. Your autobiography. Margot.
Okay, I'm filming this as well, but apparently, Mikey, if you put avocado with a banana in a bag, that makes avocado ripe quickly. So just try something different, because I've heard you talk about this avocado conundrum multiple times on Talkaoke, and you learn nothing. You're just good at complaining, which goes back to the early on of the conversation. British people are very good at complaining. Just put a banana in your bag with avocado. Done. Thank you. Next question.
If only I'd known that avocados could cause so much trouble. I mean, it's unbelievable. But I do know that bananas, you've got to be very careful with, because bananas ripen very, very quickly. If you put them in a bowl with other fruit, they have a tendency to ripen. So you should really kind of have a separate bowl. I know. No, you've got me worked up regarding avocados. Anything else? Amy, hey, yes.
With the bananas, when you've got the stem thing, if you wrap it round in like a cling film, it doesn't ripe so quick. Yeah, so you can have fresh bananas for the whole week.
Okay, Martin?
We need this lady to write a book, I think, because she could save people thousands, I think, a year.
Thousands on avocado and banana. Cosru?
Just to add up what Amy's just said, you put a kitchen foil to it and put it in the fridge. It would never go brown whatsoever. Yeah, so if you put kitchen foil on it, on the stem, it will never go brown. Put it in the fridge, it will never go brown. And even with cucumbers, yeah, if you cut the cucumbers and put it on the foil and wrap it up and leave it in the fridge, they'll never get rotten.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, 1 second, Margot?
I'm just waving this person, inviting them to the shadow so they can rest their tired legs in this heat wave. No, that's it. Welcome. Come on closer if you like. And there's some waters down there, Paul, as well. Oh, yeah. Julia's in charge.
Right, hello. So we've got ourselves a new face. Hi, who are you?
I'm Paul.
Hello, Paul, and thank you for coming to Talkaoke. We're talking about avocados, bananas, and all things that could be frozen. Any thoughts?
I don't freeze my avocado, I just stick them in the fridge.
There we go. Bingo. Helena.
So, coming back to the whole like British people complain a lot and and like also and how like at the same time there are like so many solutions that we just decide to ignore. My thought is that I basically do think that it would be much easier if instead of complaining all the time, we would just like apply the solutions that are given to us.
There's not much fun in that, though, is there, really? Martin, yes.
Yeah, my one is eggs. Fridge or no egg? Do you put them in the fridge or not? Eggs.
Oh, controversy.
No eggs in fridge.
I always put my eggs in the fridge, and I used to live with this guy, and he was like, don't put the eggs in the fridge. I'm like, yeah, put the eggs in the fridge. And then I did a whole load of research on the internet, and I went to the Food Standards Authority, and they were like, some people put their eggs in the fridge, some people don't. So it wasn't definitive, but yeah, I put my eggs in the fridge, and I think they do last longer in the fridge.
Eggs in fridge or eggs not in fridge? Margot?
Just a quick one. Do you wash the eggs or do you not wash the eggs?
Why would you wash the shell?
Right, okay. Oh, hang on. Amy?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Okay, that's philosophy 101. That's another talk show. Anybody else? Cosmo.
Talking about eggs, there's another tip to it. I'll give you another tip to it. If you half boil the egg, like for around about 6 minutes, yeah, with the shells on, and then put it in the fridge, you know what happens to the eggs? It stays normal for 3 days. So when you peel it off, you're having normal egg.
Okay, right. Okay, interesting. Any other tips regarding? Helena.
It's not a tip, but like instead of like just, it's a fact. Yeah, exactly. Just listen to the advice, people.
Okay, and we will take that on board. So listen to your betters and peel eggs and freeze avocado. Margot.
But I think I've noticed this thing. People are good at giving advice, but they don't take the advice, and I wonder what the resistance is. Me included.
Oh, okay. Martin?
No, it just caught me out. I was going to say something else and then that caught me out. But for me, it's like going back to what we were saying originally and like what I mentioned about saving and things. People keep telling me that you can use this brand of spray to clean something, but it'll also be good on that, like cleaning your leather or something. And I'm like, really? But then you've got to buy a bigger bottle, which is going to cost more money because you've got 2 things to clean rather than the 1. So how do we save and how do we live with the crisis of the pennies that are not there to buy these things and stuff? So what can we do to? It's like multitasking, I suppose. You've got to use one thing for 4 different reasons, purposes. So I'm here today to find out how can it help me, other than the bread in the freezer, which I will do. I want to find out how.
That's interesting. Money saving ideas, Mikey.
My biggest money saving breakthrough was stopping drinking. Because when I stopped drinking, it's not just I didn't waste just 30, 40 pounds in the pub. Then after that, you go and you get yourself a takeaway. You're just in a frame of mind where money doesn't matter just because you've had a few drinks. So I didn't actually stop drinking to save money, but it saved me just an incredible amount of money because I saved money on drink, which is just rotten water basically. But I also saved money on being more in control.
Okay, that's interesting. That's thought-provoking. John, anything you'd like to add to that?
Paul, but...
Paul, would you like to add to that? So...
No, not really, but it does cost a lot of money per year to drink and smoke. I know because I do it both. I've worked out about £3,500–4,000 a year, so it's a lot of money you can save, especially nowadays with the cost of tobacco and alcohol. So, yeah, it's a great money-saving tip if you can do it.
Brilliant. We've got a new face. Hello, who are you?
I'm Charles.
Hello, Charles. And we're talking about money-saving ideas, cost of living. Would you like to add anything to the debate?
You've got to be canny and look at prices. So one thing can be cheaper in one shop and the other shop, which is more expensive, might have something cheaper. And the other thing, my dad always said, there's 2 things in life. You can make money or you don't spend it.
Interesting. Thank you for that, Charles. That's interesting. Any other? Amy, hello.
I've got an app called Trolley, and on there you can put on your items that you want, and it'll show you a list where is the cheapest.
Oh wow. Okay. Sorry. Say the name of that.
App called Trolley.
App called Trolley.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Martin's pain. Anyone like to add anything?
Not at the moment.
No? Mikey, anything?
Well, there is a point, and I think, it's got this way with our economy, and I think there's an implication in what Charles is saying that maybe we shouldn't be fussing about saving pennies here and there, but working out how to just make more cash. Because the money coming in is actually, if we can get more money coming in, then we don't worry about, You know, like for example, I know that the Cheddar's biscuits are £1 in Sainsbury's and 1.69 in Co-op. But maybe that's not relevant if you're loaded anyway. So maybe we should work out more ways of actually making money.
Okay, so is it about making money or is it about cost of living per se? Oh, Cosworth.
Please, guys, let's do a petition and get rid of this government. Otherwise, we'll go through this hell for decades. Trust me, they're killing us. They are totally killing us.
Right, party political broadcast there by Coswell. Martin, yes.
Let's get Amy doing a podcast with a Talkaoke, right? Let's get this out because this lady knows her stuff, I'm telling you.
That's a great idea.
Food for thought.
Very good. Food for thought. What do you think, Amy?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. No problem. But as regarding the government, I think what's happened here, the government has got used to squeezing the people and we're getting on with it, so they are not going to go backwards. So we need to be smart on how we shop.
Right, okay. Mikey.
I mean, I think there is a point that whatever government's been in, they've always squeezed the poor, richer have got richer and poorer have got poorer, and that's been the case, I don't know, since the 70s or something like that. And so there's, I think, personally, it's a problem with the system because the way we've got it is that just we've got it set up so rich people can make money, and I feel like they've got enough money now. Interesting. Okay, 1 second. Cosworth.
Yeah, just to add on what Mikey just said about the government, there was always a fact saying the Conservative government will make the richer go richer and the Labour government will help the poor to get richer. So what Mikey has just put on there and said, I totally agree. Like, they're only in there for their own backs. They don't care about what's going on with the public, giving us the false hope and false manifesto for getting into the government, and it's like completely shattered every single people out there. Like, it's totally disgusting. I feel livid.
Okay, Charles.
I'm slightly going to contradict that. Not because the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, but at the end of the day, who makes or helps the people make the money? It's the rich people who invest, it's the rich people who pay more tax. And so, whilst I agree they could maybe participate a bit more, without the rich, the poor won't be there.
Okay, so 1 second, Cosworth. So that's an interesting point. Would anyone like to kind of support that or refute it, Amy?
I think the rich knows how to evade taxes better than us.
Right, okay. Martin?
Well, I'm just thinking about just looking over the bigger picture sort of thing and that. I've had conversations with guys who've told me about the 50s and how bad it was after the war, and that they literally had nothing, but they played on bomb sites as kids. They had nothing, but they had everything. And I couldn't really at first get that, because I thought it was so hard. It must have been so hard for some families, if not all, because whether you had money or not, and your house got blown up in the war, it doesn't matter. You're still you're all the same sort of thing. But when I hear stories from that, you never hear of any of them talking about money, and you always said, "Oh yeah, my mum used to go out dinner with me," or you know, she'd always feed the children first and all that sort of stuff. But there was no such thing with the money stuff. But as I think time's gone on, and obviously everyone, I mean, look at Blackwall Tunnel now. I mean, I won't use that tunnel simply because of the lemon who said, you know, that was never ever going to be a charge on that tunnel when they built it, and yet he's done it. You know, you've got the other one, the Dartford Bridge, been paid over 5 times already. It's just greediness for people, and they look down at people and they look down their noses. But you know, at the end of the day, everyone's equal whether they like it or not. But I think when we can learn a lot from the children who grew up in the 50s. I think the government should sit down and listen to them, because a lot of them probably might not have been old enough themselves to know, but just listen, because if they've forgotten how they survived and scrimped and scraped, But to keep constantly putting prices up, I mean, now you've got to pay $1.50 somewhere to go and have a pee.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, why do you think the flowers are growing so quick?
Yeah.
People are using the bushes. It's cheaper and it's good for the for the environment. But £1.50 to go to the loo. I mean, I mean, what? Two quid to breathe next? I don't know.
Okay, Margot.
I think Poland invented the paying for the toilet business anyway. In Poland, you always pay for a toilet unless you're a customer of that place or whatever. And I remember when I first came to the UK, I was on the coach and it was my first trip abroad or anywhere far. And we were passing through Germany, and I remember I had this pound coin which was cherished in my family from my uncle who lived in the UK, and I had to put in the toilet thing in Germany on the motorway somewhere, and I was so livid. But I wanted to say, yeah, there are a lot of young people who haven't lived through the same things as the older people lived through, and there is, you know, when you're born now, you think this is their reality. This is just how it is, but it's not how it is. This is how it is now. But young people, and I think it's just a general kind of young people's thing, young people are just resistant to advice. So when I asked earlier, how do you get people to listen to advice? Maybe it's not advice, maybe it's something else. But how do you connect those different generations? Because you can't just throw away older people's experiences, like, oh, you don't understand AI, then I don't want to talk to you, or whatever it is. Yeah. So how do you get people to follow advice?
So are young people actually indifferent to advice? That's the question. Mikey?
I actually disagree with that completely. I think young people are more amenable to advice than older people. The older you get, the less amenable to advice you become, because you feel like you know more. We did a project yesterday with young people, and this was in Newham, and we were showing them photographs of Newham back in the day and photographs now. And what was interesting is how little of the history they knew. Like, they'd never heard of trams. They didn't know about the way that cars in the 60s and 70s, everything got turned into like highways for cars. They didn't know about any of that. There's so much they didn't know about. Fair enough, they're only children. But the interesting thing is that showing them the photos of the past totally changed their view on the present. Because a week before we were asking them about Newham, and they said, yeah, it's too many problems. But when you showed them the past, they appreciated more what they've got now.
Right. So young people, are they okay when it? I'm trying to find the exact words. Sorry.
Oh no, finish your
No. Are young people? Do they accommodate the idea of advice? Are young people able to take advice? This is a question.
So right, as a relatively young person sitting at this table. Oh, thank you, Mikey. I do think that yes, we can take advice, but like I think that we can also be incredibly stubborn. But then, like, at the same time, it's also about like presenting us the right way about having it's about like presenting us in the right way the advice, because like if you just go to a young person and be like, okay, do this, do that, they won't listen to you. But like if you're like smart and like clever and a bit sneaky and like oh, like for example, look at these pictures, they could remind you of how lucky you are right now. That's a much more sneaky and like I think a much more clever way of doing that.
Okay, we've got a new face joining us. Hi, who are you? Hello?
I'm Adrian.
Hello, Adrian, and welcome. Round of applause for Adrian, ladies and gentlemen. Yay! So, Adrian, we're talking about advice. Do you think young people do they take advice?
No, I think even some other people don't take advice either. If they're like really stubborn, like older people don't always want to take advice if they're set in their ways.
That's interesting. Anyone like to add to that or refute it? Coswell?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to something that Martin just said about the tunnels and the thing. They came out with the fact, the reason they put a charge to the tunnel, because of there's a lot of accidents are happening in the tunnel, and that was the way to prevent people to have less accident. But having said that, there's a positive side to it and a negative side to it. Yeah. So what Martin you said, I agree to it, but there's another argument to it saying the reason they put a charge on it so people don't have accident, and majority of the accidents that are happening by young people. It's a fact. What can you say to the argument? I'll leave that question to Martin.
Okay, so that's interesting. Young people are responsible for accidents in the tunnel. Anyone like to refute that? Maybe Adrian, would you like to?
Say what was the question again?
So our friend Cosra said that young people are responsible for accidents, are more likely driving. What would you like to say?
Well, I think actually it's not just young people. I mean, obviously it's like a case of people say, oh, cyclists are really vulnerable on the road, but sometimes cyclists cause the problems because they don't obey the highway code, and they say, oh yeah, it's up to motorists to be on the lookout for cyclists, but I think it's cyclists and motorists should be aware of each other.
Interesting. Martin?
Yeah, just going back to the tunnel, yeah, it is to try and reduce the traffic and everything else, but there's more build-up at Rotherhithe now, there's more traffic at Woolwich Ferry, there's been more crashes and accidents at Rotherhithe Tunnel since they put the charge on before they put the charge on. So when it is clogging, you are getting more fumes anyway, because you shut one thing or put a charge on something else, someone else will find a different way. So it doesn't help at all. The thing is, you've got so many people driving cars and that, but the crashes, I know a couple of lorry drivers, a friend of mine, and they said they have to take the risk of driving, and they don't want to, but they might have to do an extra half an hour on top of their tacho. It's all computerised now, not the paper, and they're just tired. They're tired, and if they don't do it, then they're never going to get home. And then it's 20-mile-an-hour roads, and then certain roads you've got to go. You need a permit to pay, and the lorry drivers are getting stuck. So what happens? The foreign drivers come in, they get stuck in roads, then you have backlog of 4 hours of traffic, so all the fumes are going everywhere. It doesn't help. It's a simple solution to it. You just need someone with a brain cell, like a guide dog or a Millwall fan could work it out, and they ain't got many brain cells themselves, have they? But I mean, it's not rocket science. It's you sit down, you look at logic, and you go with that. But the other thing for listening to students or youngsters take advice, I think it's not about being lucky. It's about being fortunate. If someone was to give me advice, like I've just got some advice from this lady. She's probably 25 years younger than me, but I mean, Dan's probably a year older than me. But you know, if I'm silly not to take advice, so I'm fortunate to get this advice, not lucky. I'm fortunate. So yeah, and always have a missed opportunity rather than a regret. A regret is you're saying, that's it, I'm not going to do it no more, it's never going to happen. A missed opportunity gives you the chance, well, the opportunity maybe in a year, 2 years, I could do it again.
Great. And we've got 2 new faces. Hello, guys. Hi. Who are you?
My name is Rishabh Sahu.
Hello. And you are?
Smriti.
Hello. So we're talking about cost of living and all sorts of things. So have you got an opinion on that?
Cost of living is quite high. That's an opinion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very high, and I think inflation and the cost of inflation and the salary rises are not in line with each other. Actually, with some raises, we are losing money with the inflation.
Right, and we've got another new face. Hello. And who are you?
Hakam.
Hello, Hakam. And how are you?
Good, thanks. Good. Good, thanks.
And we're talking about the cost of living and all things regarding expenses and tolls on the tunnel. Anything you'd like to add?
About what, sorry?
We're talking about the cost of living crisis in general. Is there anything that you'd like to add to that?
It's quite bad at the moment anyway, but I'll just leave it for now.
Okay, Margot? Oh, come in here. Margot?
I want to go back to the advice because a new person as well, but I just want to kind of, if you were to give one advice to people out there, and it could be to young people, could be to old people, I don't know, is about what would you give advice about, or like a life advice? I'm just curious because I think we've got a lot of good brains around the table here. So yeah, question to the entire table. Maybe we can go around.
Okay, that's an interesting question. And we have another new face. Hello.
What shall I say? Hi. Hi everyone, I'm Margarita. And shall I give an advice?
Got one, yeah.
For who?
For the world.
And regarding what?
The youngest.
Okay, please keep playing like you are children. We need it.
Okay, so advice you'd like to give, Martin?
One word, and that's listen.
Listen, yeah, absolutely. Helena?
Yes, so thank you, Julian. So the advice that I'd like to give is in response to what Martin was saying about logic. I would say use logic, yes, but also use intuition quite a lot.
Okay, logic and intuition. Anybody else like to add anything? Mikey?
My one piece of advice is don't be hard on yourself. Because I think young people especially, they're too critical of themselves. So just like, give yourself a break.
Are young people critical of themselves, Marguerite?
I have no idea, but I want to advise and not only have your intuition, but trust it.
Okay, that's interesting. Adrian, would you like to add anything to that?
No. Don't use social media so much and post things, and then you suddenly regret what you've actually posted, because so many people have actually posted things on social media and then suddenly thought, oh no, I need to take this down now because I shouldn't have said what I did say.
Yes, Gary Lineker.
Yeah, like don't come on Talkaoke, for instance, is a good example. Anything else? What about our new faces?
Well, to be honest, I'm still figuring out life, so no advice.
No, you haven't got any advice to give, or any advice that you would like to receive?
Well, one advice, not really advice, but more of a suggestion that, just trust your partner you're with, because, you are a team and dealing everything together.
Excellent, very interesting.
Yeah, I would say don't worry about things. Some things are out of your control, so you can't do about them, and if those are in your control, just work towards it. No need to worry.
Very sensible and pragmatic advice there. Right, okay, so yep, go.
Just something about when I was teaching. You had children that could fix the world at 13, 14. They had all the answers, and it was great listening to them. The thing is, a lot of them they won't get heard. They'll be listened to, but they won't get heard. But some of them have actually really good ideas, but financially they couldn't do it. Some of the other stuff was good, was doable. But the one thing I found was being a history teacher was I used to ask parents, what's the furthest thing you can think back to, like in history? And I had one mum who said Xbox One. So there's your answer. If youngsters don't want to learn about things, they're going to constantly make mistakes. And when I see youngsters making mistakes, especially young parents, I just look at them and think, it's waste, because that child now that they're bringing up got no chance. If the mum hasn't got a clue or the dad hasn't got a clue about reality in the real world, in history. And why do you think so many people laughed at youngsters when they got their skateboards out, when they're flares? They're buying them £120. They kept theirs 30 years ago. They knew it was going to come back round again. People who knew, they kept it's there, but they never threw it away. But the youngsters will get something, throw it away, and go and get another one. Some things you don't need to throw away because you got to learn. You got to learn, and the older generation, the maturer generation, was smarter, and they're still smarter than the rest. I've always said that. I've learned. I learn so much. I listen, and I make sure that I take note of someone who's maturer than me, who's giving me advice. Even I'm 51, I like advice given to me by people that are maturer than me.
Brilliant, thank you for that. Mikey?
This takes me back to 2013 when I was hanging around with all these techie people because I was in the sort of new media art scene, and one of them said there's this new thing called Bitcoin. You can buy it $1 per Bitcoin. You should buy some of these because this is going to be the next big thing. And I'm like, what? It's just a computer. You just plug your computer in and it makes money. I think that's bollocks. So I didn't buy any Bitcoin. I could have bought like 10 for $10 back then. But the weird thing is, in 2016, I remember going to this sort of thing about Bitcoin, this kind of like art show about blockchain. And then it was $500 for a Bitcoin. And I remember saying to my friend, because he's like, oh yeah, we missed the boat because we could have bought it when it was $1 and now it's 500. I'm like, yeah, but it's still going to go up. Did I buy any Bitcoin then? Do I regret it?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Thing is, you'd be doing this now.
Hello.
Yes, thank you, Julian. Yes, so a point that I'd like to come back on is like, how do you gauge if someone is more or less mature than you? And like I'm opening this to the table.
Okay, Margot. Before I put that to everybody. Oh, hang on. Sorry.
I think it's subjective. Like someone can be more mature in one particular thing than you, and for some other thing, it can be like it's just on the experiences one have, like in the life. I don't know.
Okay, so that's interesting. So so. Anyone like to add to that or refute it? Facts.
Facts play a part. So if you want advice, look at facts. Don't argue a fact that you can't change, or because you want to change it, doesn't mean it's going to get changed. It won't get changed. A fact is a fact. So listening to people, I always say listen to people a bit more mature. People that don't necessarily mean listen to a librarian or someone who's finance, or of course listen to them if you want advice and things like that. But just in general, people that have lived, people who've been through harsh times, good times, bad times, in different times, and they'll have an aspect that they'll tell you all the things that help them, got them through things, and didn't get them through. Just like to Amy earlier, some of the things that she said to me have been through, and it's from experience. So I know she's younger than me, but I'd still take advice from the lady because it's something she's done. It's proven. So that's how you understand. You get to know someone, and you can tell a fibber from 2 minutes of talking to someone. You know, if you're a Cockney anyway, you know who's real and who ain't. You know, I've learned that.
Okay, so how's that? How do you tell a fibber?
Well, you smell it, you know what I mean? As soon as they start talking, you just know they're talking crap, you know? It's absolute nonsense because they want to be like, oh, you know, look at me, I'm the face, like, I'm the one you need to listen to. No, you know who to listen to. You know the people, you know... I mean, I have a lot of people talking to me and saying things, and I say, yeah, I can help you with this and guide you with that and whatever, and they go and do it, come back and they go, oh, thanks for that. I wouldn't put someone wrong, because I'm a Cockney. I wouldn't tell them to go, you want to go for a swim or go to the desert? I wouldn't do that, would I? I'd say, go to the swimming pool, there's a local sea, there's a local beach. You tell someone the truth, you know, you're a Cockney. That's how I was raised as a Cockney, and that's how I raised my kids. And it's the same, you give your seat up to someone and whatever. Youngsters want advice, take the advice. Don't just ask for it and then don't use it. And a lot of them think they can change the world at 14, 15. They can't.
Right, so it's about taking advice, taking good advice. Okay, would you like to add to that?
I was just laughing at Martin. I like his suggestion. It's brilliant.
Right, okay. Helena.
Yes, I was just about to say that I disagree, and that I think that you can't change the world at any ages.
Okay, Mikey.
I mean, I just think, yeah, teenagers can't change the world, but they should be trying to change the world. That's part of their... and they should be taking it seriously and believing that they can change the world. And to a certain extent, they are changing the world, not as much as they want to. Like, no one changes the world as much as they want to, because the world's a big place full of lots of recalcitrant, stubborn people.
Okay, let me put that to our two young faces here. I mean, there's a lot of young faces here, but two of our new young faces.
Yes. Well, yeah, I mean, I totally agree with her that, you know, anyone can do anything at any age. There's like no limitation that you. So, yeah, one should give a try.
Okay, great.
Yeah, again, keep trying. You never know what happens next.
Okay, so, all right. Oh,
just wanted to say that the lady was saying about changing the world, but changing the world, youngsters changing the world, they need to stop using knives. That's what they need to do. Yeah, that's why one thing I notice all the time on the news, using knives all the time to do bad things and killing innocent people. How's the world going to change if they just keep you doing that?
And any ideas or any suggestions on how that can be facilitated?
Well, as a child myself, I got into a few scrapes in the East End, because you do. Now, schools I went to, I was expelled from 4 schools, believe it or not, and I even went to a PRU, so pupil referral unit, and I still ended up becoming an history teacher, so, because I learnt the hard way, and it was brilliant. But you'd have a Barney with someone, you'd have a scrap, and then half an hour later, shake hands playing football. Girls would have an argument, it'd go on for 8 months or 9 months. This day was carrying a baby. It was like practicing for carrying a baby. So they keep an argument going for 9 months. It was pulling hair, scratching, bitching and all that stuff. That's how it was when I was a kid. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong or it still happens now, but stopping knife crime, yeah, I mean, there's so many things now that they choose. Life's a choice. And if you want to choose that, accept that consequences. And I don't like these people who say, you know, well, I'm too young to go to jail and I should only do 5 years. Listen, mate, back in the day, you'd be put against a wall and shot.
So life's a choice.
Back in the same session I was talking about yesterday with the old photographs, there was also an incident where one kid had, in fact, 2 kids had £240 Louis Vuitton beanie hats, and one of them got stolen or got pulled off of his head, and he was so angry and upset that he was calling his mates, and there was a real possibility of serious violence, and it could have been even knife crime. And there were just so many elements to this that were just astounding. Number one, what are not just one child but 2 children wearing a £240 Louis Vuitton hat? Number 2, it was the hottest day of the year yesterday, so why are they wearing a woolly hat? Number 3, if your hat gets stolen, it's not, something. It's not the end of the world, and it's not something that should escalate into some gang violence. It was turning into gang violence just because a hat got stolen. So I think there's a lot of problems here that are indicative of, some of the young people. I don't know what the answers are, but I think there's a lot of things maybe with values and with what's going on, what they think is important and what's not important. Yeah.
Values, okay, so anyone like to add to that? Is it about values or is there something else at play here? Margaret?
No idea about the values, but we definitely need to catch a couple of young people and ask them.
Okay, Charles?
I think the Louis Vuitton, it's more about showing off and showing how much money I've got. I can afford to do this. And it's a bit like cows in India. It shows you how rich you are. And I don't think it's anything deeper than that, because it is absurd for them to have a £240 hat, especially when anything like my children, it's going to be in the river before you know what's happened.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Amy?
I would say the youngsters got more value on money than life.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Absolutely agree that today's generation is getting more materialistic as compared to, I don't know. So, yeah.
The thing is, it was probably a £10 buy on eBay. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Was it real?
I don't know.
What I would say is that yes, my generation and even the younger generations can be much more materialistic, but no offense, but look at what the people before us have implied it and have done as well, and obviously I'm not blaming people at this table. All that I'm saying is that and that you have to take into account that that they didn't become materialistic like that. It comes from a very, very long line of people being obsessed with money and with success and with materialism. So it's not just them who are the problem.
Right, so is that the case? Is it that materialism goes back longer, or is there something else? Is it a breakdown in morality, perhaps?
Money can actually buy anything, and if you have money, people will listen to you, people will respect you. So I think that is also one of the factors. People want to get more money to be more influential.
Money can buy anything, but can it? Can money buy anything? This is a question.
The harshest thing here is being a teacher. When I was a teacher, very rarely did you ever have lessons where children would work with money, bank cards, things. If you have first aid, for example, you'd never once had a first aid training for children. Now, basic first aid would stop. Or you got a child who falls over on their knees. If a child never falls over on their knees in school in their lifetime, they're wearing a suit of armour and it ain't hurt them and all that stuff, and they bounce back up, whatever. But I would just say to them, let's have a little look, and then as we're cleaning it, I'll talk to them about it and discuss and let them know exactly what's gone on and what's in their knee and that, because it's a reality check. It's all right, don't worry, everything's going to be fine, but well, it might not, mightn't it? 'Cause it might need stitches. So you've got to say, look, blah, blah, blah. They're not taught the realism in school. They're teaching them a load of old tosh.
Right, so it's about reality at the end of the day. So young people are out of touch with reality? Helena?
No, I definitely do not think that. I think that on the contrary, it could be potentially the generations beforehand who are, and more specifically, people who come from a very, very upper class and very disconnected background that are out of touch with reality. It's not just like the young people. It's all kinds of people who are very disconnected from reality.
Disconnection of reality. That's interesting. Charles, you got anything to add to that?
I think that's very true, and people grow up with different expectations, and I know I always thought that I would be as good as my dad. Well, I've never been as good as my dad, so my expectations for myself have been disappointed, if you like. So yeah.
So it's about expectations and not being able to fill those expectations or meet those expectations. Anyone agree with that or disagree with it? Yeah?
Agreed with that, yeah.
Expectations. What Charles was saying was... One second. What Charles was saying was about expectations and whether we actually meet those expectations. And we have another new face. Hello. Hi, who are you?
My name's Tiana.
Hello, Tiana. How are you today?
Good, thanks. Boiling, but good.
Good. Okay. So we're covering subjects here like they're going out of fashion. Anything you would like to say regarding the issue of expectations, younger generation? Do you have any opinions on whether they are expecting too much or too little or what?
Yeah, I would say they probably expect too much. I think in this day and age there's a lot of social media about, and I think it's easy to look at different lifestyles and think that they're easy to obtain or to expect them as a norm rather than a luxury. So things like lots of holidays, nice clothes, nice cars and things like that, when really those things are luxuries and you need to do a lot of hard work to get to the point to afford those things. So I think because they're more visually accessible, people think that they are accessible and they're the norm and they need it. Yeah.
Okay, Mikey.
No, I was doing a Talkaoke at the British Library a few months ago, and all these 24-year-old kids, and they're all in the creative industries. They're going, yeah, I'm really a bit of a failure. I'm doing this job in the creative industries, but I'm a failure because, like, I don't have my own channel with 1 million viewers or whatever it is, or I'm not presenting a TV show. I was just astounded because they all had jobs. They were all working in the creative field, doing creative stuff. I thought they were all successes, and they thought they were all failures because of what was on social media and what the expectations were.
Okay, Helena.
Right. So I completely agree with both of your points. But like, what I would like to say is that, of course, it's great to really want things out of life and to have, but like having expectations is not always such a bad thing. And I think that sometimes it can be something that pushes you. Obviously, I do agree with the fact that the expectation of having like all kinds of luxuries is not a good one. but like having dreams, having expectations is fundamental, and you need them to keep yourself moving forward, I think.
Okay. Oh.
I'm talking about me personally. My parents were not educated, and as youngsters, we didn't have expectation, but our parents had expectations from us. More so from being an Asian background is to be educated than, having material things. And for us, it wasn't an issue. I didn't get Christmas presents or birthday presents, but it didn't affect us. I got educated university level, and I'm in education now, doing further education.
Fantastic. Expectations. Okay, so unrealistic expectations or dreams or what?
Are you okay there in the middle, Julian? So let me know if you're overheating, because we've got plenty of hosts. But I think, it's like having dreams, but the dreams it's like that sort of path between being realistic and being hoping for the world. You've got to somehow balance those things together.
Okay, anybody else like that? Margot?
I just want to say that, I just feel a bit worried about the current generation and how everything is just dictated by money. I think a little bit of what you were saying. You see the lifestyle, but you don't know how much it costs. But also people's aspirations, and I think it's really being exploited by the fact that we've got austerity. So anybody who's making money or appears like they're making money, they can really rub it in your face, like people wearing a lot of jewelry or whatever. I recently saw on social media, it was Polish social media because I'm Polish, this woman, she was like, she's got an OnlyFans page. I'm not going to explain what that is unless somebody just, it's a kind of like an adult industry, right? Which is very it's popularized now. People can earn money by doing different stuff on camera. But anyway, so she's a young girl with a lot of plastic surgery or whatever like this to make herself look beautiful, and then her social media content very often is her showing off the deeds document that she owns a flat, that she bought a flat. She's like, every time somebody tells me that my work is immoral, I show them that I've got my own flat, so there. And I'm thinking, wow, that's quite a leap, but people do want to have flat, there's nothing wrong with that, but to kind of link it with you have to do all sorts of things, and this is a legit way of making money. It sends such a weird message, so confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to add a kind of balanced view to that. So I think it can actually be aspirational in a good way. Because, for instance, my parents, they always said, they were born here, they always said things like, oh, no one expected us to go uni, no one in my circle went to university, because they didn't see it. Whereas now we have access to social media, so it can be more aspirational. People can see different lifestyles, people can be exposed to different ways of thinking, to different bits of knowledge that they may not have been exposed to. So I think it can be good and it can be bad.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's something that I've already said, but I think that it's too simple to just blame the new generation for being too materialistic, because you also have to look at how they became that way and who they got it from.
Okay.
I think expectation for me, it was never used growing up, because you are who you are. And a teacher once said to me when I was a kid, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" And I said, "Me." It was just easy, wasn't it? Well, I don't want to be. And also, you want to start work when you're 65. He said, "Why?" I said, "Because you want to be a lollipop man, because you can start when you're 65." But no, going back to so I just lost my train of thought now. What you're saying? Oh yeah. I put in for a lot of funding for the group that I run, men's group and stuff like that. There's wellbeing, there's guys with disabilities, you name it. It's some of it's quite severe. And all I get told is, no, well, we're focusing on 18 to 25. I said, well, 18 to 25 can join the army, get a career out of it, see the world, get paid, get a nice suntan and whatever else, and then use knives properly in a trained environment and whatever. But they're giving money to kids like 18 to 25 to stop them going to work, and then we don't get money. Guys, and there was a guy I know, he had his foot amputated, he went, I can't come to your group anymore, I just have it. So when I put this in writing, they went, yeah, but the 18 to 25 come first, because we've got to get them football pitches, we've got to give them sweets. I'm like, how about give them a job, a reality check of, you are not 5 anymore, you don't get ice cream given to you.
Excellent.
You have to earn, as this lady said here, you want an holiday, you go and earn it. You don't just say, well, you need to pay for it. We got turned down. We've got guys in a wheelchair and everything else. They can't get funding to do the little pottery sessions that are therapeutic and things like that. But yet, and I've been turned down by 7, and 2 of them said because you're men only.
Right. Okay.
Kids and youngsters are getting more, and they're not even earning it. And back in our day, we had to earn it. You know what I mean? I had 2 paper round jobs when I was a kid, and get me Sabutio things I used to play. And
So it's about earning. Yeah.
They go, no, kids having kids, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah. Mikey. Margot.
I mean, I'd like to see something, I would like to see something that connects people of different generations together, because I think that kind of life experience and advice, and you almost, I don't know, you almost have to like hit, your 40s to really be able to like look back on your life and see the patterns emerging, because I wasn't able to really see it before. I was really quite reactive in my life, but I think having that a bit of a grounding that comes just with age and experience, that'll be quite good, and I think just useful for the younger generation and for the older generation, just to kind of see, look, young people aren't all bad or whatever. You can actually, it's just a way of building some kind of connection between different generations. I'd like to see that men's group and a young men's group, something like that.
Interesting thought, Mikey.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to. It's such a long time ago when I was 18 to 25, but I almost think, now, if I knew then what I knew now, but
You're
for
only
me.
30, I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's all right. You're saying all the right things. But shut up. That's 31. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. So for me, it was funny because like doing a job and all that stuff. It was only when I got my van, when I started doing Talkaoke, I needed a van, so I passed my driving test, got a van, and that was like a massive breakthrough for me, because then suddenly you were somebody in demand, because everyone needs someone with a man with a van. And it was like a breakthrough for me, because then I could earn money, but it wasn't just about earning money, it was about being useful in society and doing something, solving problems, just like that. And I think that's what we need to give young people, that sense that they can solve problems, they can actually contribute, and let them do it in their way.
Okay, interesting.
I just wanted to say a few things. I was brought up in Cyprus, so I came here in 1980, and basically it was different then. When I was I saw like different cultures. Like it was only majority white people, but people saying about sorting things out, I don't think it's ever going to be sorted out. There's segregation too much. There's too much segregation of cultures. So if they're not put together, how are they ever going to get on? I mean, like, not being funny, I mean, I was like abused, not abused, but like bullied, yeah, at school badly, and it's affected me all my life. Like, I'm the same age as Martin, I'm 51. So, but what I'm saying is like, but it don't bother me about hanging around with black people, white people, whoever, as long as they're nice and they're good. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's good to mix, but because there's like different areas, it's not. I don't think it's ever going to be right, to be honest with you.
Okay, interesting. Helena?
Yes, coming back to Mikey's point about being useful in society through work, I think that is really, really important, and that it's fundamental because like on the one hand, you have to have a job in society to feel as if you're included, but on the other hand, finding the job can be a source of lots and lots of pressure. And so, like, coming back to the point that most 25-year-olds feel like failure in the creative industry is something that I struggle with myself, because like there's just like so much pressure through social media, and we see like all kinds of like, you know, like, oh, look at me, I'm an actress at RADA, and I've just performed at the National Theatre, and I'm only 26, and then you're like, what the fuck, what am I doing with my life? They are wearing skinny jeans. Of course they are, Mikey. They're always wearing skinny jeans. So yeah. So it's just. So it's like it's sort of like it's this double-edged sword of sort of like feeling that you fit in, but like always like having to do more, wanting to do more, being more performant, being more useful.
Great. Well, thank you. Just a final thought, and then I'm going to check out. So let's just have a. I know my brain's melting with all these very highbrow subjects. So let's go. Let's start here. Just final thought of the day, and anything you'd like to add to what's been discussed.
No, I thought it was really interesting to hear everyone's opinion. So thank you.
Our pleasure.
No, nothing really to add, just a quite interesting topic.
Never feel that you have to be accepted. It's one thing that I've never walked into a room and felt I need to be accepted to fit in. If the group I run, anyone's welcome. I've been to other groups, I'm not made to feel welcome, but that's their choice, not mine. I'm accepted anywhere because we're all equal. Simple as that.
One love.
Oh, no, it's been very interesting and I'm very happy. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, I agree. It's been nice to be in the sunshine, a lot of lovely people, and I have learned quite a lot today.
No, just really good. I want to cycle back to the conversation about Aberfeldy Stories, the Big Brother edition. I'd like to do Aberfeldy Story advice film, just like get people to, I don't know, maybe give them a challenge, televised challenge. You know, can you survive on £10 a week, following Amy's advice and stuff like that? I'd be interested in that. I'd meet the challenge. Thank you.
Okay, that is a challenge. Helen.
Wear bell bottoms, not skinny jeans.
I think we all agree with that. Margarita?
Great idea of having a challenge. And I was involved in the Refugee Week devising of a performance. And these asylum seekers, they survive for less amount of money. And they do, so we can do it as well, I believe. And that was super enjoyable, thank you.
Thank you, yeah, food for thought there, Mike.
Yeah, we nearly did a project with asylum seekers recently. We found out that only got £8 a week. If you get your foods made for you, then you only get £8 a week. If you have to make your own foods, then you get £50 a week. But it's not very much to live on. I was shocked. But anyway, that wasn't going to be my final thought. My final thought was going to be about, yes, believe in the people, because I think we've got so much creative potential, and it's just about tapping into that.
An excellent way to end, and I've been Julian. This has been Talkaoke, the pop-up talk shop, and thank you, Vicky.
Let's have another huge round of applause for Julian. Who would have thought that was his first public go in the middle? Who would have thought it?
He only popped down from upstairs.
Yeah.
They turned the noise down, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought it?
I've got an idea for one of your challenges.
Okay, we're going to start off with that in a minute. I'm just going to jump in. Keep the conversation warm. Keep it going on this summer fun day. I hope everyone's having fun.
I have a great idea for you. Start your challenge.
All right, let me just test this up. Hello, can you hear me? Are you off, Adrian? Get a cup of tea. Okay, come back. If you are going, give us a final thought. Everyone's left now that Julian's gone in. What's the charm?
Come back, don't worry.
Yeah, we'll bring them in. Okay, right. Okay, anyway, my name's Mikey. I'm the supply teacher. And this is Talkaoke. If you don't know what it is, it's just about talking into this microphone. Let's find out who we got around the table. Tell us your name.
Martin.
Martin, I'm going to hit you a round of applause.
Amy.
And Dan. And who we got over here? Tell us your name.
Hello, sorry, I was dreaming.
What were you dreaming about?
I was dreaming about partly being successful, but also just enjoying life today.
What does success mean for you?
I think ultimately to have a good partner and be able to wake up in the morning and pay the bills.
Okay, so paying the bills, having a good partner, that's success, okay? Come over here.
I'm loving the unknown. I love the unknown. I started diving because I wanted to know more about something I didn't know. So I started doing shipwrecks and stuff and all that. But a challenge for me, and I would love to see 10 young ladies or young girls, young boys between 18 and 25 cross the road, ring their phone number, and ring the phone number of people that are older than 25, and see how many answer their phone whilst crossing the road.
Okay.
And you'll see why there are so many accidents with the younger people.
Older one may be deaf.
No,
They may not agree.
Right, so people sort of around the table here, kind of someone, you know, you use a phone, but you use a phone and stuff. So who would answer their phone whilst crossing the road? And you'd be surprised how many children would take them when do a fire drill at school. How many kids pick up their coat? You're not supposed to take anything, but yet how many would answer the phone whilst crossing the road, and how many would who are more maturer answer the phone? And I think you'll see the reasons why there's so many youngsters having accidents on roads and things.
Okay, so are we too addicted to our phones? Yes, you say yes?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I think in the old days we used to deal with people, now we deal with computers.
Okay, so we need an interface to talk to people.
I think so, yes.
Okay. All right. What do other people think? Dan, have you got a phone?
Yes, I have got a phone.
Have you used it today?
Yes, I have.
When?
When Martin rang me this morning.
All right. Okay, but not since then.
No.
Okay, so not maybe using the phone as much. We're talking about phones. Have you used your phone recently? Anyway, Amy.
Yes, I did. Martin, to give him the trolley app. Well,
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, do you agree with Martin that young people are maybe using their phones a bit too much?
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
Because when I sit on the train, I look at people, and I would say at least 95% on the train are on their phone, whereas when I used to use a tube, I would have a book.
Do you think it should be like the old days of smoking carriage? It should be a phone carriage and a no phone carriage?
To be honest, it wouldn't bother me because most of the time, people are on the phone playing games. They're not talking.
Yeah.
So, and they're using their earbuds.
Okay.
Can I ask one question? I want to ask these people is where the hell do you get a signal? Because I never can. Can never get a signal on the underground. To use the phone.
What platform are you on?
My network is O2, but it's to be honest with you, I don't use it. I don't use my phone much. When I'm out, I don't take it out, and when I call, I make sure I stand inside somewhere or a side where I've got, and I'm able that people ain't going to snatch it because a lot of people snatch them where around here. Yeah. So I don't use it for one that reason, but secondly, people know me, and I'll always get back to them anyway.
So we've got a new face around the table. Come and join us. Yes, you can do it. Don't be shy. We have got Martin. We've got Amy. We've got Dan. We've got Charles. We have got. Tell us.
Hi, I'm Margot.
And who have we got over here?
Natalie.
Natalie. Welcome. At the moment we're talking about phone use. Should there be a phone carriage and a no phone carriage on the? Like a no smoking carriage, the way you're not allowed to use your phone.
On the train.
Virgin had that today at one stage. Yeah.
Yeah. Did it work?
Virgin had that at one stage, but I don't think it lasted too long because how many people don't have a phone?
There was only one person in there. It was only Martin.
You have plugs.
Okay. You'd be in the carriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd definitely be in that carriage.
Are we
Old school.
using our phones too much?
Yes.
Okay. If everyone agrees that what's going on, why don't we just put the phones down?
No, but I think it's an addiction, and I think it's just as simple as that. It's an addiction, and just because it doesn't make you immediately act violently towards people, it is addictive nonetheless. And I think long-term impact of it is that we are just switched off, we are desensitized, we walk around, we're vulnerable to crime, as you were saying, and it's just, you know, I just always feel so sorry when I cycle, and I know I'm one of these people too. When I'm on my bike, I can't be on my phone, it's just physically not possible, and I've learned to kind of put my phone away in the inside pocket side and look at it, unless it's for directions, but then I try to stop. But amount of people who are just walking, it's like, it's quite rare to see a person who is just walking, not looking at their phone. And I just feel so sorry for us as humanity, because we all, you know, we all do it here and there, but yeah, maybe some people don't do it, I don't know.
Okay. Anyone here not look at their phone when they're walking?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't, Martin? Okay, hang on, we got a new face. So we've got Adrian, we have got Martin, we've got Amy, we've got Dan, we've got Natalie. Tell us your name.
Alistair.
Alistair. Okay, congratulations. All right. I don't have a dab button, but I've got the klaxon button. We're talking about phones. Are people using phones too much? Are we addicted? And if so, is there anything we can do about it? That's what we've got a new old face there.
Hello. Hi.
What's your name?
Hello, yeah, I'm Julian. Hello.
Okay, well done. Yes. So back on your phone then, Julian, as well. Are you addicted? Are you addicted?
No, I'm not addicted. No.
Okay, well this is the thing.
Because I have a 2-year-old son, and I've made a very, very, very conscious decision about not having a TV in my house, because I don't think it's just phones. I think it's screens and digital interaction in general. That's the issue. And I specifically have sort of put a bit of a regulation around that. And it feels as though it's only now that there's conversations around psychologists and therapists and stuff that have said, oh, we can see the damage that it's doing, so don't put your kid in front of a screen until they're 5. But you know, there's this generation that
Does
have
it
been...
make it harder though to
the kids? 100% it makes it harder. But then I just go back to the days of what my mum and my dad would have done. Dad, what would you have done? Yeah, what would they have done in their
Was
time?
Natalie allowed to have a phone when she grew up?
She got a phone for her 16th birthday.
Whoa!
I think as well, if the average...
Was it a landline or was it...
No, it was a really basic sort of brick phone. But I think if the age of the panel was mid-20s instead of mid-40s, then I think the narrative would be different. They would insist, this is our generation. It's very easy for you to say that. I'm sure there were things in your generation at 25 that you did.
Is it like the drugs of today?
The drugs, the night clubbing, the promiscuity, the permissiveness of society. That's what it is now.
So it's kind of like phones now. Back in the day, it was those other things. I want to get a final thought from Margarita before you go. Give us a final thought. It could be about anything. No pressure.
No pressure. I vote for rethinking rubbish and rethinking consuming. We are consumers, and probably that's the reason to want more and more and more and more money, and to be that materialistic, but they produce that many rubbish, so I would prefer we could play with what we have produced.
Could we be consumerist with our rubbish? Like, go, look how much rubbish I've got, look at my
Wait,
Louis Vuitton.
Yes, I was started thinking, because I use this in my projects, this used plastic bottles. We transform, people who took part in this session, they transform that, for example, in jug shakers and decorate it with with fabric rubbish. So we can't change the world, but at least we can start thinking about that. So that's my final word. Let's start thinking.
Okay, thank you for that, Margarita. Thank you. We've got a new face. Tell us your name. Akil. We've got Adrian, we've got Martin, we've got Amy, we've got Dan, we've got Natalie, we've got Alistair, we've got Margarita, who's going, we've got Margot and Mikey. And at the moment we're talking about, there's a few things. Are we living in too consumerist a society? Are the phones almost like the drugs
of today. So like young people are on phones instead of drugs. Maybe 20 years ago, they were experimenting with drugs instead of phones. Martin.
Yeah, I just want to just go on about the phone thing, where we're trying to say no, don't use phones. I was recently on, well, a little while, a couple of months ago, I got on a bus, and the amount of people that was plugging their phones in the bus seats.
Yeah.
You can charge your phones and laptops and whatever, and I'm thinking you're trying to stop them, and you're giving them things that they can plug in and do. So for me, the big question for me is, as it, you know, like social media, phones, whatever, because you can get older stuff on phones as well. Has it really been successful or not at all? Because the people who really need to use it, like Facebook, for example, I was a foster carer for 10 years. I never had Facebook. I still don't have it, because when you look after children, you're protecting them. So if that photo ever got onto someone and they took a screenshot and sent it, someone would know that's someone's kid, and then you can't do that. Okay. But the amount of people that I've heard who had the Facebook whilst fostering, I mean, I always say to them, well, you're thinking of you, or are you thinking of the child or children? So technology for me,
has it helped us at all?
I think it has in many ways, but I do think it's had such a bad effect with other things.
On balance, is it more of a negative? Is it a positive? All this technology, social media? Yep, go on.
Yeah, it's a good question. On balance, is it possible to do on balance? Maybe phones are not essential. Maybe there's a different way in which we can use technology to help us. But for example, I think when you talk about parenting and the screen time, I can see that my sister's got 2 kids. The younger one is, I think, about 7, and he's constantly on the screen. But I can also see that my sister and her husband are constantly tired because they're working around the clock.
Prevent them from having screens when they were younger?
Well, the younger one who's on the screen, I can see this is not good for him because he's just switched off. I visit them once a year, you know, and he's just like completely switched off. But I understand that, you know, my sister's just tired, and this is a bit of a free time. She can, right? So it's kind of looking after the child itself.
In a way, the phone's kind of like a nanny.
Yeah, it's like a nanny, but I also think it's like looking after children can be really boring, right? Because you just have to find a way to enter this meditative state where the child is doing his thing, finding out about the world, just like working out what the fork does, whatever. Just let him do it just safely. But it's actually, that's what my friend said, who's got 2 kids. It's just really boring. So I'm not surprised people just go, oh, let me just have a, you know. Anyway, just what to say. Yeah.
See, that is the issue with the like 360 that we've got going on, because we're so used to people getting on we're being used to screens and being constantly entertained. Something that's completely natural and organic, like mothering and parenting, starts to feel boring. And once upon a time, women were waking up and couldn't wait to take their kids out and do things with them
you're
and think
back
about
in
the
day
activities.
They weren't bored looking after their kids.
Not as much so, no. I mean, back in the day it's different because you could send your kid out with a jam sandwich and say, I'll see you in 6 hours, right? You know those days, yeah. And so that's different. But what I'm saying is, it's like, okay, so you have children or you have a child. What is it that you're expecting from that experience? So much so that you're bored. Everything in life is boring. Even, you know, you guys run this and we're in similar sectors.
Don't say we're boring.
No, you're not boring. But what I mean is there's boring elements of what you have to do, even though this is your passion, right? But you have to do those things to have a positive outcome for what it is that you're doing. And I think that, you know, without getting too much into it, capitalism and putting women into the workplace and forcing people to have dual households on finance and things like that creeps into all of it, you know? And the fact that, and she's true what she's saying, it's 100% true. And I found myself with a 2-year-old bored at times, but I have to re-engage my mind and understand that.
How do you do that? How do you actually?
You create an activity, you go for a walk, you sit down and you talk, you know what I mean? Like they're looking at you to be their guide. And if you're just saying, well, I find this hard because it's boring, well then what's going to be the outcome for my son?
Yeah. Okay,
you know?
Let me go to Alistair, because I can't imagine it was ever boring looking after Natalie.
No, so 2 things I want to say. Firstly, in terms of parenting, parenting is not about happiness, it's about a duty.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. So you're going to have some great times.
Some kind of
purpose.
Yeah.
And it can do, but also accept that it can be very difficult. It can't be when things are difficult, I'm going to bail out. The other thing I want to say as well is that the first way to address the issue around phones is to acknowledge that the battle isn't a losing battle, it's a lost battle. Because you've got generations of kids from 10 to about 25 now that only know how to communicate online. They only know how to communicate by phone. If you try and have a conversation with them, they really struggle. Yeah, they are. No, so it's a lost battle. What that means is all you can do is minimise the harm. You can't eliminate the harm.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, do you agree with Alistair that it's a lost battle?
Yeah, 100%. It's refreshing when you're in a conversation, debate, or whatever it may be, and someone is just literally talking sense. There's no. This guy was running for a local MP or something. You know, I mean, I vote this guy because he's common sense. Sorry. Do I? No. You. I mean, to be honest with you, he's absolutely right. Children need role models. I was a teacher for 20 years, loved it. Foster care for 10 years. I ran Scouts for 6 years, then become a chairman, Sea Scout. You name it. I've run youth groups, 8 to 13-year-olds for 11 years. I funded it myself. I've done all these things. I now run a wellbeing men's group with guys with disabilities and weight operations, whatever. Common sense. Children need role models, and the way forward is, okay, if you make a mistake or generations make a mistake or whatever it might be, just don't make the same mistake. Just do something different. But role model, being a role model is so key, and they want to look up children and say, my dad achieved this. So say someone like Sir Mark Cavendish. His children go on bikes because they've seen his dad riding a bike. It's the fastest thing on 2 legs with wheels, you know what I mean? And this guy has done it. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be a cyclist. But what they've got is a role model who's eating the right foods, went to bed at the right time, didn't get on phones to do whatever. He was doing something to achieve his goal. So his kids have now got a fantastic future. And then any other parent like this gentleman, he's raised obviously a wonderful daughter, and she's got common sense. Not many young ladies, young lads who we spoke about earlier have got the same. I said, send 10 kids across the road, or youngsters I should say, between the age of 18 to 25 and phone them. 10 out of 10 will answer their phone.
Okay.
Whilst crossing a road where you don't do it. Honestly, it's not rocket science. It's there. It's man. Get him.
Let's find out. Okay, you'll be nominated for MP, but I just want to come to you, Akil. You were nodding about the role models thing. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What's your view on this?
I think that this is a nice platform. We have people of different age here. Someone experiencing a mother, someone being a mother, someone who is going to become a grandfather. I'm 27 years old. No, not yet.
Are you hoping to?
I'm planning to in some, So I can tell about myself, like I work in one of the big four. I work hard, 9 to 5. Come back home, play table tennis, read newspaper, cook food for myself and my partner. And in between of this, sometimes I find like I need a change. And so mobile phone, like they are not life, they are part of the life. I use them for my entertainment, but up to a limit. And I think when 4 people are sitting in a room, it's basically to disobey them if you are using phone and not talking each other. Human is a social animal, I believe.
I mean, what is that happening too much, that people are just sitting in the same room on their phones?
Yeah, I think sometimes people don't even realize that they should be better talking.
Okay, so it's kind of taken over a little bit. Would you say that people are just sitting there using their phones?
Yeah, like I agree with this. Like sometimes even my parents, when I go back home.
Yeah. Where is that?
In India, back in India. Sometimes when I go back after 1 year.
Yeah.
We spend quality time, but sometimes they don't even realize they are using their phone.
What kind of phones are your parents? I mean, what kind of things are your parents looking at?
Like they are so they enjoy using Facebook.
Yeah.
They follow me on Instagram as well.
Yeah, okay, so they're on Facebook checking out what their friends are doing, what their friends' children are doing.
And it's good for them also in some sense that they enjoy using their phone.
Yeah.
The young kids, we can't say that they should not be allowed to use phone. Schools are online. their tuitions are online.
If they're going to pay their own bill, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who pays the bill is the question. I want to spread this out. And Kozra, you come back to us right now. We're talking about, and Charles as well, we're talking about phones. Are we too addicted to phones when it comes to children? Is it like an easy way out? And does it stop people from being present when they're all on their phones? Akhil's talking about people going to visit his family, and everyone, they're trying to spend quality time, but then everyone just ends up being on their phone. So that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
I'll definitely have an opinion on that. You know what? I'll say phone has done. Phone has disintegrated people's connection and way of communication now. Because what it has done, you can have 7 or 8 people in the household. They're busy with their phone, with the iPad, gadgets and stuff, and they're sitting in one place, but they're not communicating with each other. And if they were communicating with each other, you would be on the text, but they're not talking to each other.
Texting each other.
Yeah. So, and not only that, if I was to interrupt, I will get like buzzed off saying, "Oh, I'm doing something. Don't talk to me right now." The whole thing has conceptually changed.
We're prioritising the phone over the face-to-face interaction.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I come to Charles and I come to you.
Yeah, something that annoys me is when people use their phones at work. When I was starting out and having a job, if you wanted to make a dentist appointment, you had to ask permission. And if you were caught using the phone, the company phone, you would be really done, 3 times and you're out. And now people spend more time on their phones than they do working.
Okay, all right, we've got some new faces at the table. So, we've got some, let's bring one over. Somebody bring we've got 2 chairs there. Anyway, this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're just talking about whatever comes up right now. We're talking about phones. Phones actually, and young people, are young people on their phones too much? Is it a detriment of their being present in the now, in the here and now? Is it an addiction that's taking over the whole of humanity? We had a guy from India. He said he went back to India to spend quality time with his parents, and they're all in a room on their phones, communicating with each other. And we've got another new face over here. And Natalie, I know you wanted to say something, but let's just get the intros in. So we've got Natalie, we've got Alistair, we've got Charles, we've got Kozru, we've got
Kushi.
Kushi, yeah.
Z.
Okay, that's an easy one. We've got Margot, we've got Adrian, we've got Martin, we've got Amy, we've got Dan, and we've got
Christopher Lagoni.
Okay, let's give you a round of applause. Okay, at the moment we're talking about phones. Natalie.
We have to leave very shortly, but
yeah.
When he was speaking about, people being in the same room and being on the phones, I think you can blame the physical technology, but how much accountability do we take as human beings for like this, for the environment that we set up for ourselves?
Like they don't even realise.
I hear that. No, I appreciate that, but then that's part of a much bigger societal issue where we're not connected with ourselves, we're not connecting with each other, and then the phone or a screen is put in place and it can fill that void for us, and then we can blame that thing as opposed to taking agency for our own behaviour as human beings and how much we choose to do things. You know what I mean? You could have done this on a live stream, Mikey, and it would have. You still could have had a conversation, but your choice is to say, let's go in the community and do it face to face because it helps people connect.
One more thing, is that right?
And then we're right.
You get high agency people, you get low agency people. Every August I take my grandchildren on holiday to a caravan down in Kent or Hastings.
Yeah.
They have no phones for 10 days. After a day they're sort of struggling, but after that they're smashing into other kids, and it's like it's the 70s and the 80s all over again.
Okay, so they
don't ban, they just don't need it. They don't have that motivation for it,
Yeah.
But they've been conditioned to come home and get on their phones. But my point is, they can be off their phones, and after a day, they don't even miss it. But if we just, if individuals say, well, you know what? It's the phone's fault. We as adults have got to be the leaders and the advocates for a child's development.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
The choices we make define us and stuff like it. But there should be an award for the most common sense. This man should get it. I'm telling you, because this is a man who's now not only just raised his children, he's raised children to adulthood. He's now doing this with his grandchildren, and it's not hurting them because they're enjoying themselves. And I remember being a child, being chucked out, come back when you're hungry or you're thirsty, and we had BMX's, adventure parks, you know, I had girls to chase and that, and which I did very well. But that's a different topic. But as a youngster, I didn't have a phone, I didn't have tellies. I used to only run out home if my mum said Sir Norman Wisdom was on. If he was on, I was in. But other than that, I was never indoors as a child.
Let's ask these people. Have you heard of Norman Wisdom?
No.
No?
Norman Muslim.
Okay, thank you.
Great memory you have for remembering the name.
You know what? You know why that is? It's because I'm present in the moment, and so it's about being present in the moment.
I was reminding him from behind himself.
Is that a deeper question? And that's maybe we could go on to. It's kind of up to you where you want to take this. Do you want to talk about being present in the moment? Go on.
We were both talking about it this morning. I don't know how much everyone's used AI and ChatGPT, things like that.
No, okay.
So this one's a controversial one.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. I think we've heard a lot of people using AI and these like chat bots to kind of talk through their feelings because there's more loneliness right now in a young population. So with people not having anyone to talk to, they rely on chatbots and things like that to like journal and get someone to hear how they're feeling and to give them advice.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? A bit of both?
Complex. We've both been debating about it. Yeah.
Well, let's just ask people what they think.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got young people that are using. Sorry, Amy, we've got young people, and they're using like artificial intelligence.
Amy was just explaining it to me because I didn't have a clue what it was. I mean, younger generation don't know Sir Norman Wisdom, and I needed Sir Norman Wisdom in my life, but I don't need AI. I don't need it.
Okay, so this is a true knowledge exchange. They don't know about AI. You don't know about Norman Wisdom.
I don't need it.
You don't need it, but how do you know you don't need it if you don't know what it is? And it's the same with Norman Wisdom. Maybe you need Norman Wisdom. But okay, maybe we've got some explaining to do. We're going to park that question. Is it right or wrong that young people are talking to effectively robots to get their relationship advice? You say wrong, that's right.
Yeah, so talking about robots, they're saying a human would get married to a robot. Yeah?
I mean, if it understands you better.
No. Martin, you're laughing here. That's their opinion. By 2050, there'll be a situation where a human would be in love with a robot. Because, and not only that, but they're predicting the NHS will be run by not doctors, not a human doctor, by a robot.
And is that going to be better or worse?
So, you're looking at, this is a bit like,
so you've got robot.
I wouldn't feel comfortable.
So you've got robot partners, robot doctors, robot therapists. Okay, see?
I think that the rise in technology for AI is reflecting the declining ability of humans to connect to each other. It reflects how we are failing in our workplaces and in community, which is why we need technology more. Because humans, they're under-resourced, under-financed, and robots are stepping up to do our job because they're doing it better, because we are burning out and there's less and less of our capacity to give.
We're getting more stretched than the robots are
stepping in and replacing us. Yeah. Because we're overworked, and that's where it's going.
Okay, so it's about being overworked, it's about the robot's stepping in. I'm going to take the blueberries. I'm going to come to you in a second, Mark. I just want to ask you, Mark. Mark, have you heard of normal wisdom?
Normal wisdom? No, but I had a conversation with my friend sort of about it yesterday. We were talking about relationships, and he was saying how, you know, are you okay? Final thoughts.
Here, then we'll head off.
Okay, grab the cards as well because you're brilliant. We're talking about relationships, and we're talking about parenthood and that kind of stuff. And where do we actually get our knowledge about relationships? Because and we were just kind of deliberating, and we were kind of coming to a conclusion that maybe back in the day people were talking about it more often, or you've seen people in relationships a bit more, you know, being in more stable relationships or whatever. But we as a kind of 40-year-olds, we need to look for our wisdom on the internet.
Yeah, no,
and
it's not the same as normal wisdom.
no, but we need to look. But we need to look for our kind of, you know, how do you live your life on the internet? Just because we both moved away from home, we both we don't have our families around us. We've got some friends, but our friends are our age, and we are just learning the same things from each other to some extent. And then he told me that he was looking up what masculinity is, because we were talking about crisis masculinity. He asked AI what masculinity is, and he.
What did AI say?
It was like a whole list of different attributes that a masculine person has, or a man has, or masculinity, what it is. And he said that one of the things that was there was to persist with a task at hand, even if it feels boring or something like that. And I'm like, oh, that's part of the masculinity definition, and I'm definitely going to look it up to find out more detail. But yeah,
I'm intrigued. So we're talking about wisdom on the internet, but not normal wisdom. Okay, Christopher, if you want to say something, do just grab the mic. Give us a final thought before you go. Final thought. That's just how it goes. It's just the customs. Come and join us as well.
I think it's going to be a debatable one. I don't know about the ethics behind it, but if society is failing at providing young people with the support they need, then how much can you blame young people for going to the resources that they have? But at the same time, then what they were saying about agency comes into play. Like, can they take responsibility and decide to not use things that are easy? I don't know, it's contentious, yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us. We're here all afternoon, and where are we going to take this? There's so many different ways we can go with this. Are we talking about computers telling us what masculinity is? Are we talking about wisdom? Are we talking about Sir Norman wisdom? Are we talking about AI boyfriends?
Yeah, so like AI is similar to, like, you know, you just mentioned that people are busy with their own phones and stuff. AI has been introduced to even further people away from each other. So
you think it's actually deliberately separated?
No, it's not deliberately. It's a kind of like the exercise you would do mentally, you don't need to do that, because if you mention it to the AI, it's already there. It's like a encyclopedia.
Right. Okay. So it's taken away your need to actually think about it.
Yeah. Like, it's making you like, it's like making you in a sense not able, but making you disabled.
Less capable, yeah. Less capable of thinking, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'll just elaborate. Just got what you said about the doctor thing and the computers running all that. Knowing my luck being, you know, I'd ring up and ask to see the doctor, and the robot would say, please leave a message after the beep. That's probably what I'd get. But no, as for normal wisdom, this man, for example, Sir Normal Wisdom, let's get it right, Sir Norman, he was the best thing, nearest thing to Charlie Chaplin with slapstick. And his wife done a dirty on him and run off with another fella. So he turned down, back then, which was in 1958 or whether it was, a long time ago. He turned down the equivalent of about £1 million contract on the Ed Sullivan show to then go back and be a father for his 2 children, and he swore never to leave them, and he never did. So this guy has got the values that, and I learned so much from him reading his autobiography, My Turn it's called. You read into not into a comedian, not the man himself, and every single thing that you are meant to be as a man is a normal wisdom.
So he's the definition of masculinity.
He is masculinity for me, but you can. That's another can of worms and
Are
stuff.
you disappointed that the young people don't know who he is?
Well, I am, but then again, as I say, kids are having kids. I spoke to a kid in school, a mum, sorry, and I said, "What's the furthest history you can go back to?" She said Xbox One. So I mean, that shows you that the children have got no chance going forward. The next generation, if the kids are having kids, and who ends up looking after them? The nan.
Okay, well you're not getting the sound effect for that gag because you've done it already today. Okay, so okay, Christopher, you've not said anything, so I don't know if you've got any thoughts on this. Dan, you've not said that much. Julian, you've not said that much. Tyrone is back. We're talking about young people. You're the youngest person on the table. Are they too addicted to phones and AI? What do you think?
It depends what parents you have.
Yeah, okay, so do your parents restrict your... Do they restrict your use of a phone or technology or computer games?
Well, I only have a daily limit on my phone and my iPad, and that's it.
Yeah, what is the limit? How many minutes are you allowed?
Monday to Thursday in 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
Friday 2 hours, and Saturday 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
And Sunday 2 hours.
Okay. All right. Do you think that's enough time to spend on the computer or on the phone?
Maybe half an hour longer every day.
Okay, so maybe it should be half an hour longer. We've got a new face. Tell us your name.
My name's Omar.
Omar, we have got Helena, we've got Adrian, we've got Martin, we've got Amy, we've got Dan, we've got Christopher, we've got Julian, we've got Margot, we've got Charles, we've got Khosrow, we've got Tyrone, and Mikey. And at the moment we're talking about, let's look at a few things. Do you know about wisdom? Do you know about Norman wisdom? No. So there's lots of different things. Are we relying on computers too much? Should there be limits for young people? What do the parents do when they want to look after young people? There's all these things going on. I'll come to you in a second, Khosrow. I know you want to say something, but Margot's got a hand.
I'm just interested in what you said, Martin, about what's the oldest thing that you remember? Can I just ask around the table what is a nice kind of an event, a thing?
What I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the mirror.
No way.
Yeah, I'm going to turn the mirror onto you and ask you the question you're asking everybody else.
I mean, it's interesting though, isn't it? Yeah. Because there's if you're a child 3 years old, I was born in 1984, so obviously I can remember, I can read about what went down in 1984, but I can't remember it.
What's the first thing you really remember?
The first thing I remember going to visit, I've got a memory, maybe I was about 3, 4 then.
Yeah.
And I just remember going to my uncle's house, and he was a teacher, and it was just really great because we lived in a block of flats, a tiny flat. So going to him, he lived in the school, which I thought was really cool, and then just being able...
in the school?
Yeah, because he was a teacher, so it was in pubs, you run the pub, but you've got a flat upstairs.
Right.
So that's kind of how they had it. So I just thought it was extremely cool to, on the weekend, go to an empty school and be able to play with stuff, and that's what I remember.
Okay. We're going to go around on this one. We've got a new face as well. I'm not going to do all the round on names because I've just done it, but I'll do it. Tell us your name. What's your name?
Kiki.
Kiki, welcome. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. At the moment we're talking about history. Are young people getting too much from phones? What do young people remember? What's the oldest thing that they remember? I'm going to ask the youngest people actually here first. What's the oldest thing you remember?
Oldest?
Yeah, like that, going way back in your distant memory. What's the first thing you remember?
Oldest or?
Yeah, the oldest thing you remember, yeah.
Having my school play on Thursday.
Okay, but was that just last Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't remember anything before then? And what was that? What was that school? What is a school play?
So we had like this play in school.
Yeah.
Like everyone had roles. Not everyone, but
Yeah.
some people.
What was the name of the play?
I don't know. It
What
was
was it
time
about?
traveling.
What was it about? Time travelling.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hang on a sec. What was this over here, Dan?
Well,
What do you remember?
feeding the pigeons in Trafalgar Square.
Yeah. And what year was that?
Can't remember.
Well, did I hear something about 1975?
Oh, that's who's talking about FA Cup final.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What was that FA Cup final?
West Ham and Fulham.
And who won the?
West Ham, of course.
Okay.
And in 1980.
You remember that?
Yes, I was there.
Yeah. Were you happy about it?
Of course, West Ham won.
All right. Okay. And
1980 when we beat Arsenal.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, but feeding pigeons in Trafalgar Square came first.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we're talking about. Okay, sorry. Have you got something to add? What's the first thing you remember? What's the earliest thing you remember?
When I was younger,
Yeah. Yeah.
the earliest thing I remember.
Yeah, use the microphone. Come on, Keith.
The earliest thing I remember
Yeah.
is school.
Yeah, being at school.
Yeah.
Where were you at school?
Pardon me?
Where was this?
This was in Barbados.
In Barbados.
Yeah.
Okay, and what was school? What was school like in Barbados?
School was boring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you remember being bored in Barbados?
Bored at school.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And is there anything about that time that you remember that's maybe different to now?
A lot wouldn't
Yeah.
teach you from now, because
Yeah.
wouldn't teach you back then is not relevant in this time.
Okay. So what kind of things were not relevant? Can you give us an example?
Like religious.
Okay. So there's a lot of religious stuff. Yeah.
Like the teachings, mathematics, how to make money
Yeah.
and stuff like that, yeah.
Okay. All right. So maybe the teaching wasn't. It's hard though to teach. What kind of things do they teach now? Do they teach things that are relevant or irrelevant?
Relevant, so we can actually learn about the world.
Okay. What kind of things have you learned recently?
I learned. I wasn't in school yesterday because I had a trip.
Okay. Where did you go?
I went to Hollywood bowling.
Wow. With the school?
Yeah, with the school as a school trip.
Wow. But what did you learn when you were in school the day before?
I learned maths and we learned literacy language.
Do you think that's relevant to your future life? Are you going to need that, or is it just going to all be AI?
I think in the future time, most things will be AI because the
Does
world's
that mean
getting.
that school becomes pointless?
No.
Okay, school is there's still a point to school. Okay, what? I want to make. Yeah, go on, Christopher. Yes, give Christopher a round of applause. He's very shy. Very shy guy. Go on.
I'm going to make a very brief comment on children or the younger generation and the AI. Yes.
Yeah.
The young boy there mentioned something very important. Parents.
Yeah. Oh, Tyrone, that was, yeah.
I'm working in South London.
Yeah.
We look after 512 schools.
How many?
512 schools in Southern.
Yeah.
And the saddest thing I see
Yeah.
is women bringing children alone, single mothers.
Yeah.
3/4 of the 512 schools are single mothers.
Wow.
Now, when
daughters of the families are single.
Yes, in 512 schools. Now, when you go to Stamford Hill, you see these youngsters like them, Jewish community, up to 18, they don't even have telephones.
Yeah. They're not allowed to have telephones.
They don't have telephones.
Okay.
And we see them walking. Now, Tottenham is next door to Stamford Hill.
Yeah.
Stamford Hill, Tottenham.
Yeah.
One side, black community, the other side, Jewish community.
Yeah.
Top lawyers, for the last 45 years, top lawyers come from Stamford Hill. The other side, top criminals come from Tottenham.
Okay. Okay.
This is all to do with parenthood. And that young boy pointed out that my kids, they come home, my wife is at home. I do all the homework with them.
Yeah.
All the homework. Now, recently she got straight A's, 8 straight A's.
Yeah.
It is important. Parents. Don't blame technology. That's all I'm saying.
Can you help parents more?
Sorry?
Can we help the parents more? That's not just to you, that's to everyone around the table. Can we actually help parents to be these great parents, like the Jewish parents in Stamford Hill? There's a lot of people with hands up. I'm going to come to you in a second. You're just going to come to Helena. And, oh, there's a bit of first aid going on over here as well. That's good parenting, I would say. I don't know if you're a parent or not, but you're doing good. Let's give you a round of applause.
I would say that one of the very important things in parenting is to make sure that both of the parents are working as much as possible towards raising the child. What I mean by that is that I grew up in a family where my mom did like most of the things, and my dad was always at work and everything. And I think that it's really, really important to make sure that there's like a very important like co-parentality thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go on.
Love. It doesn't cost anything. All you need to give your children is love. I've seen people, I spoke to people, and I look at the state of them and I think to myself, all you needed was love. That's all you need. Beatles sang it.
I mean, I think everyone would agree with you, but I guess my question is, how do we make sure that we make the conditions so that the love can actually happen?
You need to be a role model.
Okay, I'm going to come to Kiki. Oh, I'll come to you, Julian, then come to you.
Yeah, so I was raised by one parent, just my mother. My father left when I was 3 weeks old. Wow. And so my mother was both my mother and my father. Yeah. And she was a woman who was the most extraordinary, most powerful person I've ever met in my life. She raised me single-handedly. She disciplined me. She educated me. And everything. And do you know what? At the end of the day, I would not swap that for any other...
What about this question about love? Was there enough love?
Yeah, there was. More than enough. More than enough, because when she then had vascular dementia, I then became her parent. Right. And I spent 9 years looking after her before she passed. Yeah. And so the love that she gave me has made me the person I am. And for my children, although they're only toddlers, I can give them the love that... yeah. If I can be half of the parent that she was to me, then I would have achieved something.
Okay, well I think that deserves a round of applause. Okay, I'm going to come to you in a second, Kotri, but I did promise it to Kiki.
Me personally, my mom left and I had raised my dad, and he was very abusive towards me. And it was bad. It was crucial. But now that I get older, I wonder like what y'all think about the doctrines that have been passed down to our parents that made us.
Can we change it, or
that's what I'm asking now.
What do you think about it?
I think the most important doctrine of all is love. As the gentleman say, is love. That's the foundation.
How do we make the conditions possible so that love can actually flourish?
We have to act it. I have to show you love. She missed this young lady, missed it and standing on my toe, and she said sorry. When we go out there on the road, on the buses, people brush, they don't even say sorry. There's no love in that. It's not there. But if I show you it, then you will say, well, oh, that person have love. And then if you done it to someone, you'll be able to say, I remember that person did it to me, I could do it like that. You understand?
Okay, so it kind of persists. I'm going to take Christopher because I've been promising it to Kosru, and I'll come to you.
Just to pick up on what Julian said, me personally, I've had so many personal experiences that I had to face through life. And one part from my parents' side that I had as well, like when I look at my mum's side of it, she was so independent and she was so confident of doing stuff, and she was a teacher as well. So I was brought up and disciplined to the way I am today, like always try to look out for someone who is more needed, and like I don't know how I see in that
terms. Same question, Kosru. How do we all agree that we need love and we need to have love. How do we make it possible for people to express their love and actually show love?
Well, funny you say that.
A final thought from you, Tyrone, before you go. Yeah, okay.
Funny you say that, Mikey. The love you do find. Like, I recently got married.
Oh, yeah. A round of applause.
So, my wife that she's become now, she was my fiance for a very long time. And we gradually built up the relationship. I knew her from a long time, but gradually we built up that relationship. So all the difficult times I've had in my personal life, she's always been part of that. And it's like the trust and the bond we've got. It's like whatever we do, even if I do wrong, she would know. So she'll correct me if I'm wrong, and vice versa, I do the same. And like for that,
it's about building up the trust.
Yeah, building up the trust, and also giving yourself. Also, you take not only building up the trust, you do the opposite side to that as well.
They are making a comeback. I mean, what do we think of this green spaces? Sumaya is especially interested in that. But are we interested in green spaces? Like what, yes, what are you interested in? And I'll come to you, Mikey.
The peace, the oxygen, seeing nature, reminding us that we're not just a field of concrete.
Okay.
And we need somewhere to go out, walk, breathe, reflect, do nothing, and have a picnic.
Yeah, so what's wrong with like a field of concrete, and what's wrong with my hair? That's one. Kiki, just give us a final thought before you go. You can come back or
yeah. Yes, this is very lovely, and I will come back again in the next few minutes. I have a card, yes, please. I'll come back when I get a little snack.
Give us a final thought for this part of your participation about green spaces. What are your thoughts on green spaces? How would you like to use green spaces?
You mean green spaces like this?
Yeah, like this.
Yeah,
should there be something else here? Or?
No, it should be like this. Because if it's too much things, then it block the atmosphere, it block the rain, it block the sun. No, it's like this. This is how nature's supposed to be. Just like this. Okay, so they don't need no more buildings. They don't need no more. Just like this. Beautiful.
Okay. Well, Kiki, thank you so much. Enjoy your snack and come back. You can have a snack here. You can chew it here around the table. So here we are. So. Block of concrete, that's not natural. I'm from communist Poland, so I love block of concrete, but I know it's not everybody's cup of tea. Christopher, you've not said anything. Do you care about nature? Do you, yeah.
I grew up on a farm back home in Africa, and we had dogs, ducks, turkey, cattle, sheep, name them. Anything that could be kept on a farm. Yeah. So when I came here, it was such an experience that I had only a little space I should call home when I grew up on 800 acres of land with all the animals. Yeah. So now we got a little box over here I call home with my family, and we got a cat called Luna.
What's his name?
A cat, Luna.
Luna, nice.
And Luna doesn't leave the side of my little girl. As soon as she comes home from school, she's with my daughter till bed. And when she goes to bed, she sleeps by her feet, my youngest daughter. And during dinner time, she sits next to my daughter at the dinner table.
Wow.
So now she just protects my daughter, really.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I love animals. I really love animals. About the green spaces, we have enough green spaces. The only problem, though, there's not enough security for the young people. And even the older generation. The security, that is all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. We've got a young generation representative. You're our young generation of the day. Come, Mum, you can come and join if you want to. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want to as well. But right now we're talking about green spaces. So, Tyrone, what are you going to say? Of course.
Bye, guys.
Ah, you're going.
Yeah.
We're going to miss you, you know.
Bye.
Can I just ask you one question before you go, Tyrone?
Yeah.
We're talking about green spaces, and you brought up a question of safety for young people. When you go out into, outdoors, do you go out much to the outdoor spaces?
Yeah.
And do you feel safe there?
Yeah, if I have my phone with me.
Okay, so phone is something that keeps you safe. And have a look around this area, and question to Natalia, if I remember correctly. What do you guys think of this green space? Is it good? Should there be more of something, less of something? How should they be, you know, what do you think about green spaces in this area, in this development?
There should be more space to play football.
Ah, okay, so maybe pitches or maybe some wild grass for football, okay. Do you have any final thoughts, any thoughts about today, about messages to the world? Have you enjoyed yourself?
The food was good.
The food, what did you have? I need to know.
Plantain bowl.
Hey, delicious, delicious. Any final thoughts from yourself?
Thank you, we had a good day.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Say something.
Thank you, we had a good day. For me personally, it's the weather.
Hey, okay, welcome to the summer vibes. Guys, thank you so much for joining Talkaoke. You were here at the beginning, that doesn't go amiss. Our studio is just on Aberfeldy Street. Pop along, you've got one of these, I'm sure. And really great to meet you both. Take care. Kozra is back. Okay, so, and Helena is back. See you later. Mikey, I promise you the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I was going back to the Talkaoke. Well, it was actually a workshop session we were doing yesterday, and we were talking about green spaces with the young people of Newham, and they said we want more, because we were looking back at the history, and we're looking at Forest Green, and Forest Green used to be a forest. And I said to them, so do you want it to go back to forest? Do you want more forest? And they're like, yeah, we want more green spaces. And I said, well, what about the housing? Do we need more housing? And they said, yeah, we need more housing. And I said, what's more important, the green space or the housing? And they said, housing. And I said, okay, so less green space. And they said, hang on a sec, we can put the green space on top of the houses like they do in the Sky Garden.
Okay, thank you for giving us this blow-by-blow account of yesterday's Talkaoke session of young people. But I mean, can we be a bit more inventive with how we use green spaces? Because yeah, you're right. I mean, housing is important, but is that always at the detriment of nature? You grew up on a farm, you grew up around nature. Now you've got protective cats. That's your kind of contribution to the wildlife of this area. But yeah, I mean, can we be more creative with how spaces, how the green spaces is planted, distributed, circulated?
Well, it's funny you're saying you grew up in communist Poland in a council block, effectively. But that was the idea in the 60s, that you just compress everybody into one tiny block, and then the rest of it can be green space. That was the thinking of the 60s. But it went a bit wrong because they weren't well maintained, those blocks, and then people didn't want to live all stacked on top of each other. So, yeah, I don't know what the answer is.
Okay, does anybody have an answer or half answer? Or more questions?
It's not an answer to that, but I think part of this requirement for more housing is the breakdown of family life and love. And so it goes back to this thing of social being or well-being, or where personally I think we're socially quite ill. So that's what I would say. In the old days, you'd have your granny and your auntie, and everyone would be living under the same roof. Now every person wants a single place to live on their own, and I think that's, well, you could call it greedy, but it's life today.
What do you think is the solution to this? Should we be building more single occupancy places, or just get those grannies paired up with... Yeah, just...
Well, I think it's bigger than that. I think either the government or we need a social change, and I don't quite know how you bring about that, but I mean, in a way, communism changed people's lives, not necessarily for the better, but they did change lives. So we need to find a solution to make people more together, and not having to live on their own and be miserable and lonely.
So maybe not communism, maybe we need some, I don't know, togetherism or something like that, just to kind of reinvent. I'll promise you the mic, Kozra, and then you, Helena. Do you remember what you were going to say? Yeah, go on, pass him the mic. Because...
Yeah, like you're talking about the housing. Again, you know what I think. The housing issue is like it's not enough done. Although there is like vast popularity that needs to be looked at, and there could be more done to it. Okay, and having said that, there's spaces that are getting filled up. The environment is like, the greenness is going less as well. So you look to side of the story, and it's really tough as well.
But can I ask you a question, possibly? I mean, what do you think about this kind of resettling single grannies and like people who are maybe living in, single occupancy places, and just bringing people together more, like co-living or something like this? Would that work?
It could work. Like if you have in there's an environment like a building, you separately build into it, and it can work in one term, and it may work. It may be.
Okay, thank you. Charles, help. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, so where do we want to take this conversation? There's a young person over there, known figure in the area. Helena, you had your hand up as well. Is this about the living arrangements? Is it about the green spaces? Oh, nice work there, Mikey, on the camera protection.
Yeah, thank you, Margot. Yes, so basically, my point was to come back about the togetherism.
Okay, you do that.
Like to give like a thought about the togetherism and stuff like that. Like I think that we've got it all wrong by focusing only on politics and like communism. I think that we should much more focus on the art to create a new sense of community and like a new sense of like I wouldn't like call it a political movement. I would call it an artistic movement.
Okay, so maybe not an ideology, not an ism, but movement of creativity. Maybe that's something that can transform the society. I don't know whether that would work for you, Charles. And also, I feel like you're gearing up to go, which you are welcome to, of course.
There's a question.
Oh yeah, we've got a question as well. And, welcome. This is Talkaoke. I'm Margot. What's your name?
My name's Asan.
Asad, welcome. Talking about community, talking about, do we need to rethink how we settle people, not settle, what's the word? How the living arrangements for people, do we need to rethink that? There's too many maybe single occupancy flats. Do we need to get more creative, pair people up in some kind of living clusters? I don't know, anyway, that's okay.
That's a very deep question. I don't think I know the answer.
But you don't have to answer that question at all if you don't want to, because that's Talkaoke. This camera is gonna be moving all the time, Mikey, just so you know. What brings you to Talkaoke table, and you're welcome to come here?
I was actually coming here to offer you some coffee, and then saying we're leaving, and we want to close the gazebo down. But I do like this. Talkaoke is obviously a nice phrase. We've worked before previously in a different life. So all of this kind of consultation, hearing really what people want and not just the usual suspects, is always good.
Yeah.
I always like consultation with a variety of people, not just usual. So it's not lazy. So yeah.
So having a conversation, free coffee as well is kind of on offer here because you guys are wrapping up. But I mean, we were like, how has today been for you? I mean, like, what is your feeling about this community? What is your feeling about this area? We were talking about green spaces before. Do you enjoy green spaces? Do you have time to enjoy green spaces?
I always enjoy green spaces. Green spaces obviously give you, it's very relaxing. So it's nice to see this as part of the new development, and I understand it's open to everyone, this space, so that's good. I think just maybe a bit more marketing, because I know it's not finished, but a bit more marketing for local people to know that this place exists and is for them. So yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, so maybe get more people down here. Don't keep it a secret. Just let people know this is here. Thank you very much. Coffee. I think if I have one more.
I'm happy with the coffee, but if you get stuck taking the gazebo down, I can come and help. But we can take it back in the van when we go. So don't worry. Yeah. Don't worry about bringing it back. Yeah. But if you get stuck, just let me know.
Thank you for
the. Charles, final thoughts, answers.
Well, I just want to say, I thought this was just going to be a laugh and a joke, but actually it's been quite serious, and I've learned a lot of things about lots of different subjects, so I find that quite, well, it's informed me, which is good.
I mean, any particular subjects that you feel like you're coming away with knowing more about?
Well, it's always fascinating knowing that people come from all sorts of different backgrounds and cultures, and understanding them. And then the important issues of children, education, love, community, they're all huge subjects which need a lot of attention, and just to sit down in a relaxed way where people can feel free and safe to speak their minds, I think is very, well, it's encouraging and it's fruitful.
Okay, well, I just want to say that you were part of it. You stayed with us for quite a while and you've contributed a lot to this conversation. So thank you for taking time to come and join us. And yeah, really brilliant final thoughts. Any final thoughts? Messages to the world?
No, just have a good day.
Thank you, Charles. Same to you. Okay. Yeah. Pass it on.
I must say, I'm going to give you thanks for all of you. You guys have been fantastic. You deserve a clap on that. You guys have been really great. We should do this more often as well. So more people we get, more opinion we get, more knowledge we'll get, and also improve on stuff. So I really enjoyed. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Khosrow. And again, you've been here for quite a while, and this is not your first Talkaoke either. So thank you for putting so much into it. And yeah, let's just keep the conversation flowing. Let's keep the chat alive. The camera is moving all the time. It's just because it's so precariously positioned. So maybe we can move this camera closer, so it's not. So it's not doing a weird thing. So right now it's me and you, Khosrow, Julian's and Cheap Seats, which is fine. He's had a tough day. He was in the middle. But where do we want to take this conversation? This is Talkaoke. Come and join us. What's the name of your dog? What's the name of your dog? Dobby, come and welcome. You can join the Talkaoke, and you too can join us too. My name is Margot. We've got Kos, we've got Helena, we've got Julian. What's your name? Gia, come and grab a seat for 2 seconds. And who do we have here? Amin. Yeah. Amin and Gia and Dobby. We've not had a dog on Talkaoke today, so come and grab a seat for 2 seconds. This is a talk show, which means that you can chat about anything you want. Right now, we don't really have a massive subject on the table. I can tell you what we did talk about, but maybe there's something that you want to talk about. What happened today? What's going on? Is this a good area for Dobby? Do you enjoy living here? Do you live here?
Yeah, we live just over there. We do like this place, but we do miss our old place.
Oh, where were you before?
Bow.
Bow, okay. Have you been living in Bow as well? How does it compare to here?
I say over here it's a bit better. It's like much cleaner, it's bigger environment, and there's like a park here, so we can do like what we like to do stuff.
Okay, so you're enjoying the park, you're enjoying more space and the kind of cleanliness of the space as well. You were living in Bow before. Okay, I mean, yes. I mean, where do you normally hang out? Do you come to this green space, or what kinds of stuff do you do in the park? Is this the park that you mean, or another one? Yeah? Okay, what do you think of it?
I say it was good. It's like a big space and everything.
Okay, so big space is good. So right now we've got perspectives from Bow, but also from down here. I mean, we have been talking about young people, and we've been talking about phone addiction, believe it or not. But you've got a dog, so you don't need a phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the benefit of having a dog?
Well, we get to go out a lot more, and it's just having that little furry friend that we can just cuddle and talk to.
Okay, so having a furry friend. I mean, what are the benefits of animals? I mean, yeah, Mike.
When I was a kid, we weren't allowed to have a pet. I don't know why.
Was it your parents?
But I think it's a great thing to have a pet. Especially a. Don't worry, it's fine. Just relax.
No, it's wobbling. The whole tripod is wobbling.
Just relax. Maybe if you had a pet, you would relax as well.
Okay. Right. So yeah, it's gone a little bit windy. Is it always like this here?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what was it about Bow? Like, yeah, what other kind of, what did you do in Bow?
Well, we couldn't do like a lot. Like sometimes we'd go out bike riding, but it wasn't the best environment. There was a lot of like drug dealers and a lot of like smoke and everything there.
Okay. So did you feel unsafe when you were living in Bow, or?
Yes and no, because like we could handle ourselves because we're very like strong, independent women. I've obviously been on my brother here, but yeah, we did feel quite unsafe most of the time. We've had a few incidents there and like, this and that.
Okay, so yeah, so I think safety kind of came up before, but also you say you what was the term they used? What did you say? That you know how to handle yourself. Okay, Julian, do you know how to handle yourself?
Yes, I do. Yes, very much.
What are your tips on handling yourself? And does it mean the same thing?
Okay, so coming from an Irish background, one of the things that you learn is you learn to fight. And so it was my mother who taught me how to box.
How's your mum?
My mother.
Pick up your mum.
Because it's very much an Irish thing that you got to know how to look after yourself. That's what she used to say. So, yeah. But also, I think for young ladies, it's also about being socially aware and being sensible and recognising threats and not taking any undue risk. And I think that applies to all of us, really, to be sensible when we go about our business and to not, if you see any trouble, just go the other way. And that's actually the best policy, really. Streetwise.
Okay, I mean, do you guys know how to box? I mean, is that something what is the best thing that you learned from your parents, from your mom? Was it boxing? Was it something else?
We took a couple of lessons of karate. Don't really remember it.
Okay.
But
karate, I mean, Mikey, do you know karate?
I've never done it, and my parents were very kind of pacifist, so I wish I'd learned how to do boxing and fighting.
How to like play dead if there was a risk?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, yeah. Which wasn't a very good strategy.
Yeah, it wasn't a good strategy. Okay, so we're learning about all the things that you can learn from your parents, benefits of karate, and do you really need to know a lot, or do you just need to know how to not get involved in a fight? Yeah, Mikey?
Well, what I learned, not that my parents taught me, I learned how to talk my way out of a fight, and that's very useful. I think in a way it's more useful than being able to fight, is to be able to not go there in the first place by talking your way out of a fight.
Okay, what was the last thing have you ever talked your way out of any issues, any kind of sticky situation? Are you confident in talking yourself out of trouble?
Yes.
How would you do it? Like, what are the kind of things to think about when somebody's like, yeah?
I'll just apologise and leave.
Okay. So do the polite things, like, yeah, sorry about that. Okay. What are your thoughts? Have you ever talked yourself out of trouble?
Not really, but my brother did have a few fights in school, religion related, and we did try and just back down and be polite, but he did have a fight a few times, but he did the better thing and he just moved on from it and he became friends with the bullies.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear this. It's sounds really awful, but you've handled yourself. You just know how to kind of talk yourself out of it as well. I mean, we have been talking about, the experiences that people go through at school, the bullying, all that kind of stuff, and people saying how bullies don't realise how much it affects you, but actually you have to make that kind of choice and extricate yourself, take yourself out of it, because, you kind of have to pick your battles. I mean, have you ever talked yourself out of sticky situations? Have you ever talked yourself out of a conundrum?
Plenty of time. So many conundrums. It's unbelievable.
Do you have a gift of the gab?
Gift of the gab? Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mainly being positive, taking the negative away from the take the negative away from the positive, always being positive, no matter how difficult is the situation, Always think about the positive side of it.
Okay, so stick to the positives. Don't get yourself involved in fights. Come and join us, by the way. This is Talkaoke. It's just a normal talk show. It's just a normal thing here on this green. These guys have been here for a little while. Let's do a quick round of names. We've got Dobby, that I know. Oh, he's the cutest. Okay, I'm just going to go around the table. So my name is Margot. What's your name?
Mikey, I would like to know what the dog's name is as well.
You will be told.
Dobby.
We've got a little sound effect for Dobby. So we've got Mikey, we've got
Ariane. Amin. Angia.
Julian.
Khosrow.
And this is Talkaoke. So guys, we're talking about talking your way out of problems. We're talking about how do you handle yourself. We have been talking about this space, this green. It's quite safe. We were talking also about lots of things. But this is Talkaoke. We can talk about anything you want at all. We've been talking about what's the best lesson you learned from your parent. Julian here, believe it or not, learned how to box from his mum. What have you learned from your mum? Is this lady known to you?
Yes, my sister.
Okay. So, welcome to Talkaoke. What's your name?
Rianne.
Rianne, welcome. I'm Margot. I think you know these people. This is Julian Cos. Come and join us. Anonymous people in cheap seats. This is Mikey. We're going to do a round of names, but we're talking about what have you learned from your parent. Julian learned boxing from his mum, just as you do. I've been talking about handling yourself. How do you handle yourself? Is it about the strength? Is it about the karate moves? Is it about having a vicious-looking dog? Is it about having a beautiful outfit that just dazzles everyone, and then they just don't want to, they just want you to... What's your name? Welcome to Talkaoke. I'm Margot.
My name's Kath.
Kath, welcome, and...
Sheila.
Sheila, welcome. So, give him a round of applause. This is the final round of Talkaoke. Hello, Dobby. This is Dobby, by the way. Where do we want to take this conversation? What do we want to talk about? What are you doing here? What's going on in the wide world? Sheila?
We come to view the Poplar Riverside.
Okay, so you arrived at Poplar Riverside, yes?
Kath comes from Bournemouth, so she knows what the riverside is.
Kath, welcome. Does everybody know where Bournemouth is?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Bournemouth? No? What's in Bournemouth? What should people come and see? Because you've not been there.
The beach.
The beach?
Yeah. The gardens. Yeah, there's something look good everywhere, really, isn't there, if you look for it?
Okay, so it's how you look. It's not what's there, because we kind of have a river here. Would you say that's a beach here?
No.
Okay, have you ever been down there to the river bank?
Not down, no.
Okay. Is that because there's no steps, or you're just not that interested?
Scared of water.
Okay. You're scared of water? Okay. Maybe beach is not the ideal holiday option for you, but there are gardens in Bournemouth as well, Mikey.
But you should be surprised how many people love going to the beach, but they don't like going in the water. I'm the complete opposite. I hate just sitting on the sand. My ideal beach would have no sand, it would just be concrete. So you don't get it everywhere, and just the sea, because I'm much more interested in the water than the beach. But you get people who are completely the other way around, that are just interested in the beach, but not the water. I find it bizarre.
Okay, interested in beach, but not the water. Is that you? Yeah.
In the water. Yeah, you just go in the water, it's nice.
Yeah.
This time of year, you can swim in the sea.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we're talking about green spaces, we're talking about the sea right now. I mean, there's a water feature here, aka the river, which is maybe not for everyone, and that's completely fine. For Mikey, it's not about the beach, it's about the concrete bank. We are talking about what to do with this green area here. Maybe it should be just concrete and be just done with it, yeah. Any thoughts, any views, any ideas? We've got a new person joining us. Tell us your name, new person.
Helena.
Helena, welcome. This is everyone else. Come and join us if you like. Love the colours, and this is one thing that I love about the summer and your outfit too. There's a lot of colours. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. Welcome. Maybe some of these people are known to you. Yeah, okay. We've heard about you. Okay, I'm Margot. What's your name? Neelam. Welcome. We've got Mikey, we've got Helena, we've got Kaz, we've got Julia, we've got Sheila, we've got Kath, we've got but you know these guys anyway. Rian, and we've got Dobby, you know. Gia and Ariana. Okay, but you know them. So anyway, and you've got some sausage rolls. I don't eat meat, but I will eat something soon, I'm pretty sure. But we've been talking about the beaches, we've been talking about water, we've been talking about this green space, we've been hearing about the river. Rian doesn't really like the water, but that's okay, that's completely fine. You've got sausage rolls, and yeah, we can take in any direction whatsoever. We had perspectives from Bournemouth.
No, I've been coming to Aberfeldy Street for like 9.5 years. I never realised that the river was so close. Literally, we work just over there, and the river's just here. And I think it's underused. I mean, I don't know what you want to use it for, especially if you don't like water. Whoops. Maybe for getting splashed. I'll go and get some more. Okay, hang on. Where's the kitchen towel? Where's the kitchen?
Oh, yeah, it's fine, guys, it's fine. Guys, it's fine.
It's all right, this happened before.
Good question would be, is the water the best that could be in the river? Should there be beer, you know? I mean, why does it have to be water? What would you like to see in the river that is not water?
Melted cheese.
Melted cheese. Rian, if it's not water, what would you like to see inside of a river?
Gotta be beer.
Gotta be beer. Okay, guys. Vodka?
Vodka, definitely.
And you can't tell the difference either. You know, it's like, is it water? Is it not? I mean, what would you like to see in the river instead of water?
Maybe Coke.
Coke. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I'd say Coke.
Coke. Okay. Would Bournemouth be as popular if instead of seawater there was like Coke or I don't know, vodka? Would it get more popular?
No.
Okay. What would you like to see in water?
Full of newlyweds and nearly deads.
Okay, what does that mean?
Old people are really young. Really old, really.
So there's no people in between in Bournemouth?
No, where I live, 2 people have just died and they were 100, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
You just live forever down there, it's easy.
Oh, okay. So maybe there's yeah, go on, Mikey.
This reminds me of a Turkish tale. There's a guy called Nusrettin in Turkey. He's like a sort of like almost a magical figure. And one day someone sees him trying to pouring yogurt into the lake. And they said, "What are you doing?" And he says, "I'm trying to turn the lake into yogurt." And they said to him, "Nusrettin, you can't do that." And he says, "Yeah, but what if?"
Okay.
And that's a famous Turkish tale.
Okay, what if? Has anybody had any kind of crazy ideas that people said like, nah, this is never gonna work? Like Dobby trying to host the Talkaoke. Yeah, what if? Bakioke, what if? I mean, how easy is it for you to get discouraged? I mean, you know, have you ever had a big idea that you just kind of persisted with?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is you're going to have ideas all the time, and I think maybe 99.9% of them will be failures. But the idea is to just keep on going, because eventually one of those ideas is going to turn out to be the right one. You know, there's that old saying: "You got to kiss so many frogs to get a prince," isn't it? You know. But unless you're a prince to start with, in which case, well, there you go. But you know.
Okay, so keep trying, cast your net wide, propose lots of strange ideas. One of them is going to catch on. Maybe yogurt in lake is not one of them, but maybe there's something else. Any thoughts, feelings? Have you ever had a bonkers idea that worked?
4 children.
Well, congratulations! You've done really, really well. Haters gonna hate, but you've got 4 beautiful children. Yes. How is it to be a mom? What are you teaching them? Like, what's your kind of top skill that you're teaching them?
Respect, manners, just confidence in themselves, really.
I mean, how do you teach somebody confidence? Oh yeah. We're just gonna kill time whilst Helena's chewing. We're just gonna chew on this. You ready now? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Margot. No. Basically, I think that the key to confidence is to accept that you will not be confident. It's a sort of like it's what I call like the confidence paradox.
Okay. To feel confident, you have to accept that you won't always feel confident. Who here is confident? Who is feeling confident? Mikey? Helena? You guys? Yeah, kind of, yeah. You are still on your confidence journey, maybe, because right? I mean, like, what's the best way to teach someone confidence? How do you instill that in children or?
Just believing in themselves. Just have faith in themselves.
Okay, I think it's working here.
Same thing. I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, give us your spin on it.
I'll just say be yourself.
And that's enough to kind of build your confidence, to give you grounding in a way?
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Okay, being yourself. Are you being yourself, Mikey?
Yeah, I think Talkaoke is a good way to go. Because when I started doing Talkaoke back 28 years ago, I had to have at least 2 beers before I could go in the middle. And now I don't even drink beer. You dropped your cigarettes. That costs a lot, those things.
Don't worry. Cigarettes probably more than the phone.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, doing Talkaoke can definitely make you more confident. I was watching the life story of Larry David last night, and he's a comedian, but he started doing comedy because he had nothing left in his life. He was living a very...
Out of desperation?
Yeah, out of desperation, but he actually was a very good comedian. But it was that coming to that point of nothing left to lose, basically.
I mean, comedy is getting a lot of traction these days, but what's the point of comedy? What is the point of comedy?
It's just good to get a laugh out every now and again. When you're feeling down, that's like, I think, the best way to feel a bit better.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do you watch any comedy? Do you like any comedians?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about too many comedians, but I do like comedy more than anything else, yeah.
Okay. So comedy kind of, it's important to have a laugh here and there. I mean, do you like comedy?
Yeah, I do.
What do you get out of comedy?
Well, whenever I feel down, I like to put on just like a good comedy show or whatever, and it just makes me feel a lot better.
Okay. So it makes you feel better. Sheila, you're a fan of comedy? Any particular type of comedy? Is it slapstick? Is it dog-based comedy? Is it Bournemouth-based comedy? What is it?
I love all comedy. You have to respect it. It's a really good programme. You go and see comedians, but even walking about, you can have a laugh about something. If you don't laugh, it is the best medicine.
Okay, so having a laugh. Comedy big in Bournemouth?
Aye, it's good. It's good everywhere, isn't it? Like, because there's tons of theatres and you just go with the flow.
Okay. So comedy. Okay, so that's kind of people are enjoying comedy. Yeah, Mikey.
Well, we've been doing a comedy workshop with some of the people here on this table, and I found it fascinating because although I love comedy, I didn't really know how it worked, how to do stand-up comedy. And the thing that surprised me was the emotional element to it. Like, in order to be funny, you've actually got to convey your emotions, and that's, to me, was a surprise.
Okay, what are you saying?
You have to laugh at yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't laugh at yourself, you can't laugh at any bugger else, can you?
I mean, like, is it easy? I mean, people around here, I mean, do you find it easy to laugh at yourself? Like, what does that mean? Like, what are you actually laughing? Like, what are you laughing at? What does it mean?
Well, so I think that that laughing at yourself and not taking yourself too seriously is absolutely fundamental, because even if you're very confident or whatsoever, you will fail sometimes. Or like, there will be some days when you won't really feel as if you're on it as much as you would have liked to be. But that's okay. And I think that being confident is partly about like accepting that that you won't be perfect, and that you will fail things, and that's fine, and that's fun actually, because like I've started to really enjoy failure, in the sense that like when I fail at something, I'm just like, oh well, okay.
Just like.
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, I want to ask a question, because everybody's like always very positive, but like, what is your biggest failure? Take it however you want. What is your biggest failure to date? And let's see if we can find a funny side. This is my challenge to you, which you can, but you don't have to take. It's completely up to you. Yeah, okay, what's your biggest failure?
I got on the train at Portsmouth to go and see the Clash. I fell asleep and ended up back in Portsmouth.
Oh dear, oh dear. Can we turn it around maybe a bit? Yeah. Okay. A few. Okay. So missing the stop, falling asleep. Okay, because we probably should make. Julian, give us a hand.
Right, biggest failure today for me, I was late. I was late, so I missed out. That was about it. I wasn't here for the beginning, so that was a failure for me today.
It's not that bad though. It's not that bad. You've done quite well. Thank you. Yeah, you made the chunk in the middle, and you're here on the kind of final graveyard shift just before we close up. Julian, what's the biggest failure?
Okay, so the biggest failure was about when I was an undergraduate. I decided it'd be great fun to dye my hair green. So I actually bought a dye, but you know you're always supposed to do like a strand test first. I didn't.
Yeah, confidence.
Right, so I thought, no, this is good, just fry it on and wash it. I went into anaphylactic shock. And I ended up literally with, I had to go to A&E and they shaved my head and I had a scab on my head for about 3 weeks. And so, yeah, and literally like half my head was green.
Oh my God.
And so, yeah, that was one of my, so from that moment on I thought I'm never going to ever dye my hair ever again. I never have.
Well, you know what, luckily you are not allergic to white dye and it looks really good on you, so that's very good. Some people got it, that's fine. Okay, what are your biggest failures? I mean, Helen, I can see your hand, and Mikey, maybe yours as well. Have you had like biggest failures so far? I mean, take it how you will, Rian.
Probably a lack of persistence.
Lack of persistence?
Yeah.
In any particular areas of
Academically?
Life? Academically?
Yeah.
What, I mean, if you had the persistence, how would you like to play it?
Probably going to college, university, stuff like that, yeah.
And in college, like, what would you like to be doing? Like, just...
English lit.
Literature, okay. Any fans of English literature here? Hey, okay. Great. Helena, you're a fan of literature, and you're still doing, which is completely fine. Exactly, that's fine. She's had a long day, so she needs to eat, Mikey.
I like all of that stuff, but I don't think it should be taught to children.
What?
Because a lot of the English literature, when I was a kid, it was completely pointless to me, all the poetry, Shakespeare, all that stuff. Because actually, so like Hamlet, Macbeth, it's all quite adult stuff that older people get, but it's not really relevant to young people, like, you know, what a piece of work is man, how noble in stature. No, it's just like, it doesn't really make sense if you're only 14 years old.
Okay, so it's literature, a bit of an adult material, like it's not relevant to young people. What's the point of poetry? I mean, yeah.
You can get a good song to Bob Dylan.
Okay, yeah, you can be a Bob Dylan. You can create your own literature. Has anyone? I'll come to you guys. Just want to say, I'm just curious. Has anyone ever written anything? Have you committed any kind of piece of literature? Is this a nod?
I've done short stories for magazines a couple years ago.
Okay. Well, big up that, because I'm a big fan of stories, small or large stories. It doesn't really matter. What was your stories about?
One was horror, the other one was romance.
Okay, well, just so you know, Rian, we are running this storytelling. Don't... Oh, is it?
Well, yeah, it is, because you're in the middle, and it's me that delivers the information, which is we are running a storytelling workshop. We've been running a series of storytelling workshops, and Helena can tell us more about it, but we're having a storytelling night at Tommy Flowers, which is a community pub on Aberfeldy Street on the 30th of July, which you're very welcome to, and we'd love to hear, depending on how long it is, some or all of your story. And Helena's going to say more about it, aren't you, Helena?
What time is it, Mike? Yes, so, right. So, no, firstly, I really disagree with the fact that, that Hamlet shouldn't be accessible for children. I think that, on the contrary, as adults, we should make ways into making it, more fun for children, because even if it reflects about like very dark topics, it's all about being a human and being alive and doing stuff and being passionate and death, and it's things that also concerns children in a different way, but it does concern them.
Okay, so darkness can be actually an interesting subject for children. Do you like dark stories? Have you ever written anything?
I have written like a few stories, but nothing like too important, and I never get to finish them.
Yeah, well, you know what? It doesn't really matter. Sometimes it's about like getting started, and you'll finish it at some point. It's not a big deal, but yeah.
I mean, I think it's just what literature. Like, I know Julian's a big fan of like Bram Stoker's Dracula, or you know, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Those things I think are dark, but they work well for children. But other things like Shakespeare, not so much. I personally think English literature should be more about pop music lyrics, like Morrissey or something like that. You know, because Morrissey, yeah. Meet me at the cemetery gates.
Don't be late.
Yeah, that's Mike Skinner. But Mike Skinner on the street should be what's in it. Yeah.
I mean, are there any pop stars or musicians or people that you listen to, do you think like, you know what, actually lyrics are quite deep? I wouldn't mind just, you know, spreading the awareness a bit. Do you listen to any music?
Yeah.
And do you have any favourite artists? And hello, Dobby.
No.
No, okay. Any favourite artists? Who's good? Who's got good lyrics?
I listen to so many people. They talk in like very weird ways, but like their lyrics are very nice. It's a band called The Neighborhood.
The Neighborhood.
Yeah.
Anybody heard of The Neighborhood? What kind of music do they do? What kind of lyrics do they write?
I don't. They do like a little bit of everything. Yeah.
Do you know this band, Rian?
Yeah.
Okay. How would you describe their music, maybe?
Probably a bit twisted, up to interpretation. Probably, yeah. I think you have to be in a certain sort of mindset to understand their songs.
Okay. Dobby, do you listen to music? I'll take it as a yes. But yeah, okay, so where do we want to take this conversation, talking about Shakespeare's not suitable for younger generation? Should the neighborhood? No, neighbors, no, what's it? The neighborhood. Should the neighborhood be on the curriculum? Yeah? Go on.
Why not? Why not? I mean, I think that, I think that things like Shakespeare can be a bit stuffy. I hated Shakespeare in school. I loathed it.
Good man, I hate
But
Shakespeare.
it wasn't until I became an actor that I actually kind of appreciated Shakespeare and appreciated the beauty of the verse and the beauty of the way in which he wrote. But yeah, why not? You know, the same with Nine Inch Nails, Korn, Marilyn Manson. Yeah, why not? You know.
The Clash.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, I mean, you listen to the Beatles. Very, very. You know, Eleanor Rigby's one is beautifully written, and there's a story. There's a narrative there. So yeah. So what? So let's have more stuff. Let's give the younger generation an opportunity to expand their retinue. Absolutely. Yeah. Why not?
Okay, yeah, go on.
Hyde Park, Van Morrison.
Come closer to the mic, Kath, because we can't hear you. I know.
Van Morrison, Cat Stevens, Neil Young.
Okay. Hello and welcome. This is Talkaoke. You just walked into. Welcome. What flavour is your ice cream? I'm very curious because I love ice cream. What flavour is the ice cream?
Strawberry.
Strawberry. Strong flavours. We like it here. You guys settle in. Meanwhile, this is Talkaoke. My name is Margot. We've got Amin. We've got Shia. We've got Rian. We've got Dobby. We've got Kath. We've got Sheila. We've got Julian. We've got Kazru. We've got Helena. Mikey. I'm Margot. Mustafa.
Huma.
Yes. Huma, welcome. Mikey.
I mean, I just want to concur with Julian. Maybe I'm going on it too much, but don't start with Shakespeare, but end with Shakespeare and start maybe with Mike Skinner of the Streets. John Cooper Clarke. I love John Cooper Clarke, and I got into poetry listening to John Cooper Clarke, not Yeats or Keats. And I think I don't understand why we don't start with the stuff that's more fun, and that brings you through to other stuff that's maybe more serious or more historical. And there's this thing in school where it has to be hard instead of fun, and people learn when they're having fun, not when they're really struggling.
I mean, is this true? Is school all about making things harder? Could school be a bit more fun? What's the point of learning about something that's just tough and boring, like some old poets like Shakespeare, just say Shakespeare, Snorefest, should we be learning new stuff, more exciting stuff? Did you find school boring?
yes and no.
Okay.
The most boring part when I was at school, my parents, they have sent me a boarding school. You know, I couldn't stay with my parents for a long time. At that time, it seemed like a good decision. Now I am 41 years old. I keep thinking about those days. Actually, I'm not talking about school at this point. I'm talking about boarding school. Where I'm from, you know, I'm from Turkey. It's like a common practice. After primary school, parents, they tend to send their boys, mostly boys. You go to boarding school, which means like you are living in another city. You don't see your parents, and you spend your time in a dormitory. You practice like a military discipline. On paper it seems amazing, but in reality you lose so much. Actually, it's an interesting topic you brought up, school. That's what I have been thinking about. You know, these days on podcasts, on YouTube, rich, successful guys, they keep saying that they don't have any degree, they have this creativity, but at the end they became successful. It seems really attractive, but is this idea for everyone? Then again, school is not for everyone, but most of the people become successful thanks to the school and the education. So it's a good thing, I mean.
Okay, so it's a good thing, but maybe boarding schools are maybe not ideal. They're a bit more like a military discipline. I mean, thank you, Mustafa. I mean, you just joined and you just gave us so much fuel into this conversation. No, that's perfect. That's amazing. Come and join us if you want. Welcome. Come and join Talkaoke, because everyone can join.
Winchester Cathedral Prep School.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, that's a private school, boarding school. Some of the kids didn't want to go home with their parents because they didn't really know them. They used to stay with me and I used to take them around Winchester and have a laugh.
Okay, so talking about boarding schools, welcome. My name is Margot, this is Talkaoke. Let's just get some names. What's your name?
Nabi.
Nabi, welcome, and?
Mohammed.
Mohammed, welcome, and we've got?
Helena.
Khosrow.
Julian.
Sheila.
Kath.
Rianne.
Gia. Amin.
Mustafa.
Still.
And Huma.
That's okay. You know, you can sometimes listen. I'm sure when she does get a mic, she's going to say something profound that will get us thinking. But yeah, so here we are, talking about school, talking about boarding schools. Are some schools just like hard on discipline? You went to boarding school, which was just for boys, actually, as it happens. Then there's this influence on social media where just chatty people say like, yeah, I didn't go to any school and look at me now, I'm very successful, I'm earning a lot of money. Bill Gates. I mean, is it about, are schools relevant these days? We're talking about English literature. Is Shakespeare relevant these days? And stuff like that. But this is Talkaoke, so you can decide on the direction of the conversation. Khosrow, grab the mic.
Yeah, so I would say schools are relevant because you need education. Without education, that's part of your life.
I mean, is there like a cut-off point, like age-wise, when it's like, okay, it's okay. Can you educate yourself all your life, or is there like a cut-off point when you?
No, you can educate yourself. Plus, you educate yourself by learning from others as well, not getting general knowledge as well, by reading as well. Also putting everything in practical experience as well, so that's needed as well.
Okay, so different ways of, thank you, Khosrow. So education is not just school, there are different ways you can be practically learning things, applying the knowledge. You can be reading books, you can be talking to other people. Education is not one thing. I mean, like, what is the best kind of education? I mean, have you done any education, Nabi?
Yeah, I went to uni.
Okay, how was that for you?
I feel like it's not how it should be, the way they teach, because we've advanced so much in technology, and the methodology is not quite good, in my opinion, especially because they get you a lot of they want a lot of money for your education, but they don't give you as much support as you need. That's my opinion.
Okay, so maybe which year did you go to uni? Are you in uni now?
Which uni?
No. Which year?
2023.
Okay, 23. So modern university maybe is not as good. It's just asking you to put a lot of cash down. But are you getting what you're paying for? Is it too reliant on technology? I mean, do you guys use any technology in your schools, or how do you learn?
Well, we do most of it by paper at school, but they give homework online.
Okay.
And I prefer paper homework, but they do it all online.
Okay. So paper homework. What about you? Do you like homework?
Not really.
Okay. That's one subject that it's a big no-no. The homework. Okay, where do we want to take this conversation, Mikey?
I just think schools, rather than focusing on technology, should be focusing on creativity, because that's the one thing that computers can't do. So AI can do everything, but it can't come up with new ideas. It can only just repeat existing ideas. So I just think we should focus more. It's like going back to the thing about the lake. You must know this about Nusretin and the yogurt, the lake. Because it's a Turkish, I got it from a Turkish person, and they said to Nusretin, what are you doing? He's pouring yogurt into the lake, and they say, you can't turn the lake into yogurt. And he says, yeah, but what if? And that's the kind of thinking, I don't know if it's affected Turkish people, but it's the kind of thinking we need, a more of a what if, imaginative approach to life, and people coming up with more ideas.
I mean, but do you think we're talking about storytelling? You explained the 30th of July, you write stories, you don't finish them, you like me, I just hardly ever finish. But it doesn't matter. I mean, could writing stories be a form of education? Are you learning something there? Yeah, hang on, grab the mic.
Yeah, I definitely agree with Mikey and with the question that you've asked, because I think that that intuition is very much like cast away in schools, and that like when you write a story, you have to be like very, very intuitive, because there are some emotions and some descriptions that you just don't get from logic. Mm-hmm. And like storytelling is not just about logic, it's also about feelings and intuition and emotions, basically.
Okay, so here's a challenge. We've got a new person joining us. Hello, new person. What's your name?
Hello. What are we talking about? Sorry.
Your name we're talking about.
Christopher.
Christopher, welcome. Talk about education, but this is an interesting point. Rian, give us a final thought. Sorry? Give us a final thought about absolutely anything, and I'm going to ask you as well.
On what topic?
Any topic. Could be about storytelling, could be about education, could be about books. What are you reading at the moment, Are you game for the 30th of July? Can we hear your stories? All of these things. Grab the mic.
I do think everyone should be reading more. Like this, reading's gone so downhill, and everyone should just be reading books more often now. Kids should get off technology and just open a book more often.
Okay, open a book. What's the book that you are currently keeping open?
Come on, Ria. It's a book called Hexed.
Hexed, yeah.
By Emily McIntyre.
Okay, is it good?
Over 18, so.
Okay, we'll come back to you about that. But do stay in touch. I'm very interested in your story. Please drop us a line. The details are on the card. But thank you so much for sticking around. And good luck with your story, reading and writing. Final thoughts. Anything. Any messages to the world? Any messages to the educational system, schools?
I don't know what to say. I think that everyone should just be a lot more confident once it comes to education, and they should try it, just no matter what.
Just try it. Beautiful. Final thoughts?
Don't really have one.
Well, if Dobby could speak, what would he say?
The food. If he wants food.
Okay, give me the food. Mum, any final thoughts? Doesn't have to be beer related. Come mother, come on in. Yeah, come on. 3 generations. You're the spokesperson apparently. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. We've got Mikey, we've got Mustafa, we've got Nabi, we've got Mohammed, we've got Helena, Kozru, Julian, Sheila, Kath, Christopher and Sarish. Suresh, welcome. We have been talking, before you join us, we're talking about education, but we're also talking about how about learning about intuition, about feelings. Could that be a subject at school? And if so, what would be the homework? How would you do homework in intuition? Suresh, do you have good intuition?
Teach them at home.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, have you got good intuition?
Not really, no, I haven't.
No, you don't? Okay, so maybe that's a little workshop you could do, just kind of improve your intuition. Yes, grab the mic. Thank you.
I'm not sure about intuition, but I would like to say a few things about emotions.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we must practice emotions at a younger age at schools. However, there is a certain emotion we keep bringing up, and that emotion is happiness. I understand happiness, but we are putting so much meaning on happiness. We should be happy, we should be successful, I'm not sure. But I think we should practice other feelings like failure, envy, hatred. I mean, racist? Hate, for example, is an emotion. We should practice hate because it's out there, it's in our systems.
How would you go about it? What is the kind of way to practice all those maybe difficult emotions? How would you... Yeah.
Bringing real life into school somehow. I mean, let's think about COVID. A virus hit us badly and we came up with a vaccine in a very short time. Now maybe we have saved lives. The same thing needs to happen with the emotions. Like we will use the same signs with the emotions, like we are preparing a vaccine, because emotions can be viruses somehow, because they can evolve. I don't know, and these are my thoughts. My main line: we need to practice emotions. Less emphasize on happiness.
Okay, so is happiness overrated? I mean, what if difficult emotions are like a virus? You know, could we develop a vaccination against difficult emotions?
I mean, I think it comes to how you bring that into schools is through drama, through enacting some of those situations. Like, there is racism in, like the Shakespeare, we were talking about Shakespeare earlier on, there is racism, pure racism in Shakespeare. You know, there's anti-Semitism, there's the racism against Othello, but let's talk about it and bring it in with theatre, and you can experience what it's like actually to be the racist in a theatrical context, in a drama context. You can actually examine, and I totally agree, we can't just go, no, that's bad, we won't talk about it. We actually have to embody it sometimes.
Okay, so maybe drama is a way forward or a way to deal and explore different sides of hatred and other emotions. Helena, grab the mic.
Yes, and I think that it would be great to implement drama with like younger children, not necessarily through Shakespeare, but like through other like content that explores like very difficult emotions and like very difficult themes, such as like racism, anti-Semitism, because it is part of our world, and we need to confront them to those realities as well.
Okay, so maybe, so education, children, teaching about emotions, but also you kind of said maybe we just emphasize happiness too much, but also success. Somehow happiness and success, maybe they're linked together. Are they the same thing? But also I just want to let you know that we are about to finish as well, because we've been going since 11 o'clock, and some people were here at 11 o'clock, and they know, they can certify this is the truth. So big up those people who were here at the beginning or near beginning. But in interest of final thoughts, do you have any final thoughts you want to share? I'm just going to go around the table and let me know what you're thinking. Mohammed, grab the mic.
I mean, I think about the schools there is also differences about the culture, so depends where you do schools. Like when I was younger, I did the kindergarten and we had the nuns, so kind of like we learn how to survive, not like how to be happy. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So.
What's the difference?
So, I mean, yeah, I grew up with the psychoterrorism about school, so that's the thing. But if I just rebuild the structure of the school and make it like something that you can edit in base of every single experience of every single kid, so from the young age you can understand what is the real passion, we can probably give a good importance for every kid to understand what place they have in the society. Because I think school is good for the education, but it doesn't teach you how to be like a good employer or how to be like a good employee. So they just push in the work world, you don't know how to apply yourself with your maybe skills. So yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm going to move this on. Final thoughts, any messages to the world? Yes?
It's totally unrelated to the topics we have discussed so far. I would like to suggest a decision-making technique that I have been practicing. Before I make any decision, I was asking, was it worth it? Now I am changing it since it's related to past. Is it worth it? So that's my final message. Before you make a decision, ask yourself this question: is it worth it?
Is it worth it joining Talkaoke?
Definitely it was worth it.
Yay!
If I made any mistake, I'm sorry. This was my first time.
No, you made zero mistakes. You did it like a pro. Teşekkür ederiz. Teşekkürler and all that jazz. Yeah, so anyway, was it worth it? Final thoughts? Who's next? Who's next? Final thoughts?
It's about the education, right?
Could be anything.
So, yeah, I think the education system, like, it needs to adapt the way we're living at the moment. For example, I feel like we're focused so much in technology that we're forgetting, let's just say going out. So I grew up in Italy, and we had a way of.
Buonasera.
Grazie. So I feel like we should be doing a lot more like physical activity. Because the governments are now cutting a lot of resources, especially for the schools, and this is for save money. That's what they say. But I feel like they should add this physicality of it. Like, I don't know. I used to go do like drama lessons and stuff like that. So they should be doing these here as well. Like, I'm not sure if they do it here, but I feel like it's more about technology nowadays.
Okay, so technology, but also in terms of like the spaces, being outside, being physical.
Yes.
I mean, do you think that this green, because we've been talking about the green as well, could this become like a little performance space, like a theatre
100%.
space?
100%.
Okay.
That would make much better to be outside, touching grass.
Yeah, exactly. Touch the grass, listen to a story. Thank you very much. Final thoughts?
Very, very quickly. About education. Children education. I'm trained to teach physics and mathematics, A levels. I'm a qualified engineer. What I found very difficult was being a psychotherapist, psychologist, a nurse, a doctor. I just want to walk in the class. We are going to learn physics. Ax squared plus bx is equal to c squared. That's it. That's all I want to do. Now I gotta be a bit of a doctor, a bit of a nurse, a bit of this. It's giving too much responsibility to parents. For this reason, you find now the best mathematics for 15-year-olds worldwide was from Nigeria. I think for the last 2 or 3 years, coming from Nigeria, where there are no psychologists at all in the whole country of 250 million. Now here we have psychologists every child. Every child has got 2 psychologists.
So what does
what are we
Nigeria
doing?
have this like,
Family.
Family. Hmm?
Family. Children go out, they play. The parents are all responsible for the growing up, the safety of the children. Here, I can't let my children play in front of my flat, right here, without one of us being there. That is what the problem is, not the teachers. The syllabus is only limited. We got only 8 hours, no, 6 hours basically, to teach. Now, I can't be a doctor, I can't be a nurse in that. I'm just coming, physics, ax squared plus bx squared is equal to c squared. That's it. That's all I'm doing. I got 45 minutes to do that, right? So let us not give too much responsibility to parents, to teachers. Parents must do their bit. And you can see that Latima School in North London, Abigail's has got exactly this. East Greenstead, parents are there for their children, and you see the performance of those kids. Mental illness is something they watch on TV. If they eat at all, watch TV. So we need to take our responsibilities seriously.
I mean, could we
teachers?
Could we have like some kind of, I don't know, reinforced parenting school here? Like, you know, just let parents be better parents and let teachers do their job. Should we be, I don't know, helping parents somehow?
Oh, yes, that's what I said before.
Okay.
Government policy and the law, we need to show parents how to be parents, because a lot of young parents I meet in South London, 512 schools we look after, they don't even know what the hell it is to be a parent. But they got a responsibility for 2-3 lives.
Okay.
That they're not they don't know how to be responsible for.
Okay, so bring parents into schools and give teachers a break. They're trying just to teach the physics and stuff. Okay, we are doing the final thoughts round. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts? Cos, grab the mic and then I'll come to you, Julian.
Right. Just to add on to the education part, I think parents nowadays, they are getting trained for being parenting as well. So there's courses out there. It's up to them to take it up, because I think it is important. It depends. It also raises questions like how they have been brought up as well. So that's another part of what they're passing on to their kids as well. And it's quite important. They need to spend more time giving time to the kids than leaving it to, for example, to nannies and stuff like that. And like
Years have come about through not talking. So I think what we should do as human beings, parents, teachers, friends, colleagues, etc., is listen more, talk more, and reach out more. There we go.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, talking, not talking. I know you had your final thought. I'll come to you, Mo. Final thoughts, girls?
Yeah, you make it. Have fun while you can.
Yeah.
Just have fun whilst you can.
Tell me what you got, and if you know, go for something else. Try something else, but don't just sit there miserable about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is brilliant advice. If you're not happy with something, change it, try something else. I think it's a brilliant thought. Final thoughts, Mo? And
Hey there.
we're going to close it down.
So yeah, I love to watch astronomy documentaries when I want to sleep because I'm just And I was watching about the supernovas, so the sun that is going to explode in 2 billion years. And I was thinking, we're gonna die. All of us, we're gonna die one day. So don't be afraid to do anything. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you think something that is blocking you, no matter what, the sun is gonna explode. So just do it.
Just do it now. Don't wait for the sun explosion. Create an explosion, Mikey. Thank you. That's brilliant.
I think it's appropriate that the soundtrack we've got, Rihanna, We Found Love in a Hopeless Place. And it's not so hopeless anymore here in Aberfeldy.
Is that your final thought? You're going to end on Rihanna? That's of all the endings you could do, Rihanna is yours. Okay. So this is your Rihanna ending. Everybody have a go. Gonna have a lovely Saturday. I really wanted to time it. Okay.
Right.
No, not yet.
So just like a final thought. I was just thinking about what Julian was saying about like talking and not talking, and sort of reminded me of Socrates, who went just like about like talking to people and going oh ho ho ho, and like my conclusion is that
what does that mean?
Well, he was just like basically like walking around and just being like very condescending to people, explaining them life, and like my thought is that Talkaoke is like Socrates gone cool and like gone interesting and like gone fun, because like it's not about like someone giving you the answers. It's about like all of us coming up with some answers. So it's much better. It's like Greek philosophy, but like revisited and made like funky.
Okay, funky philosophy of Talkaoke. Bring that to schools. So yeah, and we're gonna end on this. Thank you very much, Helena. Okay, thank you for making it cool, guys. There's somebody's face in there. No swearing on the microphone. This is a children-friendly adventure. So anyway, thank you very much, and yeah, have a lovely rest of today. Thank you. Nice glasses.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Margot in the middle. We had Helena, we had Julian, we had some guy called Mikey, and then finally finished with Margot. And we had everyone else around the table. It's been a great day.
Thank you.